Chapter 1632. How is this possible? How long has it been since Luoluo reincarnated? How is this possible? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He was certain that this little girl was Luoluo's reincarnation because he had a master and servant blood contract with Luoluo in his previous life. Even if she reincarnated, it was not broken. However, Yi Xian did not understand how Luoluo had grown so much in just a month's time. Could it be that she was directly born in a body? Or did she use some method to accelerate her growth? The little girl walked in front of Yi Xian and used her big eyes to size up Yi Xian. She asked curiously, "Big brother, why is there something strange between us?" This, Yi Xian did not know how to explain. "Luoluo, come here first." Old immortal Tianju suddenly shouted. Yi Xian was in disbelief. He did not expect that after Luoluo reincarnated, not only did she enter the monster clan, she was also called Luoluo. Of course, this could be the name that old immortal Tianju changed for her. When Luoluo heard old immortal Tianju's voice, she glanced at Yi Xian. Then, she ran over and intimately sat on old immortal Tianju's lap. Then, she called out, "Grandfather." This time, Yi Xian was shocked again. Grandfather? Luoluo was actually born as old immortal Tianju's granddaughter. Don't misunderstand. I only recognized her as my god-granddaughter. She was born in the Monster Fox clan and obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. Old immortal Tianju transmitted to Yi Xian. I see. Yi Xian nodded silently. This matter was not important. However, he did not expect Luoluo to be the Monster Emperor's successor. This was too much of a coincidence. This meant that when the time came, Luoluo would not be looking for the other half of the inheritance. Luoluo obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. When the time comes, she will lead us to find the other half of the Monster Emperor's inheritance and the Holy Lord token. Old immortal Tianju said to everyone. Why is it a child? Yi Xian asked curiously. Old immortal Tianju explained, she has an extremely high compatibility with the inheritance my wife left behind. After receiving the inheritance, she grew up to look like a 6-year-old child. In fact, she was only born a month ago. Although they didn't know what was going on, they weren't very interested in this topic. Then, will she also join the battle? Fairy Luli asked. Although she has only been born for slightly more than a month, I have already helped her condense a soul seed. Furthermore, it is in my hands. As for fighting strength, it is not any weaker than Yao Tian. Therefore, when the time comes, I will let her form a small team of 3 with Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao. Old immortal Tianju said. Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao were the second echelon in terms of combat strength. If Luoluo's strength was similar to Yao Tian's, then they would have one more general. Most importantly, they had the soul seed, which would make them much safer. In fact, Yi Xian knew that the second half of the sentence was meant for him. If he did not have a soul seed, he would definitely object. In that case, when will we depart? Fairy Luli continued to ask. Those few evil holy lands are probably already prepared. Moreover, they have found a powerful inheritor of the Eye of Space. Even if we leave through the void, we won't be able to hide from them. Therefore, we will depart tomorrow, old immortal Tianju replied. Luoluo was the key to finding the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Enemies could easily find her. Most importantly, the Demon Emperor's inheritance was near the Penglai Demon tribe. If it was somewhere else, they could still use the teleportation formation to leave. Alright, tomorrow it is. After Fairy Luli finished speaking, she directly stood up and left with Lin Guangyao and Yi Nian. As for Yi Xian, he stayed here. Life Saint Sec side sent Yi Xian and Renfeng, so they could stay in the Penglai Demon tribe. As for the Penglai Demon tribe, Tianjua Palace, and the Glazed Knights, they had to dispatch a large number of experts, and all of them had to be at Heaven Ascension Stage 9. In the Glazed Knights, there were many people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. almost all the Platinum Knights were at this realm. However, they were too weak compared to Lin Guangyao, so Fairy Luli only brought some elites, all of whom were ranked in the top 10. These 10 Platinum Knights, although their individual strength was not as strong as Lin Guangyao, when added together, they could be considered as 2 Lin Guangyao. As for the Penglai Demon Tribe and Tianjua Palace, they each sent 10 Peak Heaven Ascension Stage 9. The evil Holy Lands attached great importance to this Holy Lord's token battle, so they would send out even more experts. Fairy Luli went back to make arrangements, while Yi Xian stayed in the Penglai Demon Tribe. At this time, only old immortal Tian Zhu, Luo Luo, and Yi Xian were left in the assembly hall. "Grandfather, why do I have a strange feeling with this big brother?" Luo Luo asked, puzzled. Although she was only born a month ago, her intelligence was already mature. After all, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. You are actually the reincarnation of his sister, but you have not unlocked your inherited memory, so you do not recognize him. Old immortal Tian Zhu said kindly. "Then grandfather, why don't you help me unlock it?" Luo Luo asked strangely. Yi Xian also found it strange. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in Luolua's body might have been suppressed, so why did old immortal Tian Zhu not unlock her inherited memory? This, old immortal Tian Zhu paused, then looked at Yi Xian and said, "Actually, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body is still there. If she forcefully unlocks her inherited memory, I am afraid it will lead to a heavenly tribulation." What? It didn't succeed? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Previously, the fox ancestor told him that there was a 90% chance. Could it be that his luck was bad and he encountered that 10% chance? Maybe it's because Luo Luo was born in the Fox Demon clan. Our demon clan is actually the ancestor of the Beast clan, so it might have activated the bloodline in her body. Old immortal Tian Zhu said. The Beast clan was the descendant of humans and Heaven Ascension beasts. As for the Demon clan, it was born after the Heaven Ascension beasts cultivated. Therefore, Luo Luo was born in the Demon clan. Her luck was really bad. "Senior, what should we do?" Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. If she obtains the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, then she might be able to unlock her inherited memory. However, if she has the Sacred Leader token, then she might be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Old immortal Tian Zhu replied. Sacred Leader token. Yi Xian frowned. The person who refined the Sacred Leader token would become the master of the Penglai Divine Land. At that time, if Luo Luo wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation, then her safety would be greatly increased. However, there was only one Sacred Leader token, and he had promised Fairy Luli to help her get the Sacred Leader token. Chapter 1633. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, Luolua's matter was his matter, so he had to obtain the Holy Leader's token and help Luo Luo undergo her heavenly tribulation first. Although Fairy Glaze also wanted the Holy Leader's token, it shouldn't be a problem if it was delayed. Luo Luo obtained my wife's inheritance, so we can be considered to be fated. However, many people from the evil sacred grounds have come this time. Just the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators number more than 50, and they have a few more peak combatants than us, old immortal Tian Zhu reminded. No matter what, I won't let them obtain it. Yi Xian was very confident. Most importantly, if the evil sacred grounds obtained the Holy Leader's token, then the Penglai sacred ground would be their world in the future. At that time, there would be no place for them here. After all, the entrance to the secret realm of the Bloodstone continent was in the Penglai sacred ground. Tomorrow, they would set off to search for the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, this time, Yi Xian made another decision. He sent his second clone in the eastern continent to the center of the Penglai sacred ground. Then, he would take advantage of the time when the experts of the evil sacred grounds were mobilizing to uproot all the evil sacred grounds. Although his second clone's battle prowess was insufficient without fusing, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all waiting in the planting space. If he couldn't destroy them, then Yi Xian might as well commit suicide. Very quickly, another day had passed. On the second day, the Glazed Knights and Tianju Palace's team arrived. Including the Penglai demons, there were a total of 30 peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators, not including Yi Xian and the other super combatants. The Penglai demons' super combatants were the number 1 genius of the demons, Yao Tian, and Luo Luo. The Tianju Palace's super combatants were old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The Glazed Knights' super combatants were One Thought Monk and Yi Xian. The Life Saint sex members were the Platinum Radiant Dragon Headstrong and Chief Disciple, Ren Feng. Among them, the Glazed Knights Lin Guanyao cultivated for a short time. Even if he cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body, his strength was about the same as the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators of the Penglai Demons and Tianju Palace, so the Glazed Knights were the weakest. Of course, everyone believed Yi was only a 3rd echelon Heaven Ascension cultivator, Tianju Palace's team. I have to guard the Penglai demon race, so I will lead the team this time. A rogue immortal spiritual sense is much stronger than a Heaven Ascension realms. We should try our best to avoid the scouts of the evil path Holy Lands, said old immortal Tianju. Yi Tian 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 Tian, Tian Tian Jna. Tian Yi Ju Tian. Old immortal Tianju, who was leading the team this time, was acting as a radar, allowing this team to avoid the eyes and ears of the evil path Holy Lands, and then find the Fiend Emperor's inheritance ground. He just didn't know if things would be as simple as he imagined. As for the Penglai demon race, the one in charge was an itinerant immortal from the Luguang Holy Lands Tianju Palace. He was also old immortal Tianju's disciple and Lin Zhanhao's senior. The space of the Penglai demon clan was relatively stable. It was not a problem for itinerant immortals to make a move. They would not incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, even if the people from the evil Tao Holy Lands came, they would still die. At this time, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li had already led their team away from the Penglai demon clan. There were many eyes and ears of the evil Holy Lands around the Penglai demon race. However, this time, they were led by 2 loose immortals. They easily avoided these spies. After Luo Luo had refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, she had a feeling that it was coming from the northeast. Hence, they were heading in that direction. Although their speed was not fast, it was very safe. Even now, the corrupt path Holy Land spies had not discovered them. However, in the end, paper couldn't wrap up fire. After all, the corrupt path Holy Land didn't only send Heaven Ascension experts this time. There were also loose immortals. Yo, Tianju, Lu Li, where are you in such a hurry to go? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. Hearing this, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li's expressions changed. They looked up and saw a scarlet figure flying over from the horizon. This person had red hair and wore red battle armor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. Qi Shui, we were discovered by you. Old immortal Tianju narrowed his eyes and said slowly. This red-haired middle-aged man was a loose immortal from the Blood Fiend Holy Land. His name was Qi Shui. TSK, with so many people involved, how could we not discover you? You guys are so direct. I thought you would use a diversion tactic. I didn't expect you to act directly. That little girl should be the one who obtained half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, right? Immortal Qi Shui grinned and his gaze fell on Luo Luo. At the same time, he took out a signal flare in his hand and released it. No one stopped him. After all, it could only be stopped for a while. As long as immortal Qi Shui went further away, he could still inform the others. Ignore him, let's go. Old immortal Tianju snorted and continued to lead the way. Since they had already been discovered, then even if they used their full speed to rush over, as long as they arrived 5 minutes earlier than the corrupt path Holy Land, it was still worth it. The weakest person on Yi Xian's side was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Their speed was extremely fast. At full speed, they arrived at their destination in less than a minute. Grandpa, I feel it. The other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance is below, Luo Luo said to old immortal Tianju. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, immortal Qi Shui said in surprise, "I didn't expect it to be the place where I was resting. The dragon sparrow fairy is indeed an array expert. Even my spiritual sense couldn't find the entrance." When old immortal Tianju and the others heard this, they were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything. "Move, find the entrance to the secret realm," old immortal Tianju immediately ordered. In an instant, everyone swooped down and began to destroy the mountain. A few minutes later, someone found the defensive array set up by the dragon sparrow fairy. This defensive array was very small, not much bigger than a head. It was beyond everyone's expectations. "Let me do it." Old immortal Tianju's withered hands quickly formed a seal and then hit the defensive array. In an instant, the array was broken. The weakest person on the scene was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. They were very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. This defensive array was mainly used to cover a certain place in the array. After the array was broken, a wisp of spatial fluctuation was immediately detected by everyone. There was a fingernail-sized spatial crack in the defensive array. This spatial crack couldn't be repaired and existed between heaven and earth. Immediately, the experts closest to this spatial crack used space-breaking techniques to open this spatial crack. It was big enough for several people to pass through. Chapter 1634. "Quick, go in," old immortal Tianju quickly ordered. Dozens of people quickly gathered, and then directly passed through the spatial crack, arriving in front of a sea of flowers. At this time, there was a white light in front of the sea of flowers, blocking old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli. "Take advantage of the fact that the evil experts haven't arrived, quickly go in," Fairy Luli urged. "Yes." Everyone responded, and then directly passed through the white light, entering the sea of flowers. However, just as they entered, they completely lost the aura of others, and were actually teleported to different places. One by one, they all scattered. Then, 1 minute later, those evil experts all entered the land of inheritance. Although the heaven-earth yuan qi here is abundant, it's not in the Penglai divine land. It should be a small island hidden around the Penglai divine land. No wonder we couldn't find it. Immortal Qi Shui's eyes flickered. "Don't talk nonsense, all of you go in," a man in black armor urged. "Yes, my lord." These corrupt Holy Lands experts also quickly entered the white light path and were teleported away. Soon, there were only a few people left outside the white light. In addition to old immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, and immortal Qi Shui, there were 6 loose immortals. 2 of them were from the Nibbling Bone Holy Land and the Evil Sun Holy Land, while the other 4 were from the Death Holy Land and the Netherworld Holy Land. Old immortal Tianju, did you see that? You're not even enough for my young master. An old man couldn't help but ridicule. He was a loose immortal from the Death Holy Land, and the young master he mentioned was the successor of the Death Emperor. Simple. What a big tone. I'm afraid the successor of the Death Emperor will die twice in a row. Fairy Luli couldn't help but coldly snort. The successor of the Death Emperor had already been decided, but it was done by Platinum Holy Light Dragon. Otherwise, it would never have been Simple's turn. Fairy Luli's words were secretly ridiculing Simple's death. "Luli, I advise you to disband your glazed knights as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you die under the loose immortal tribulation, they will be like a group of dragons without a leader." The old man ridiculed her again. After the last incident, Fairy Luli was also known by everyone. Her real name was Luli, and she was the youngest daughter of Daoist Ling Xiao. "If we are talking about the loose immortal tribulation, you should be the first to arrive. I heard that you have been suppressing your tribulation for more than 300 years. What, is it very glorious to live an ignoble existence for more than 300 years? Fairy Luli mocked back. Humph. The old man was rendered speechless. As for the other 2 bodiless celestials from the Nether Saint Land, they remained silent. This time, the Netherworld Holy Land had invited the disciple of an expert. They were the most likely force to obtain the Holy Master token. At the same time, Yi Xian's second doppelganger also began its cleanup operation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he was prepared to get rid of all the people from the evil sacred ground stationed in the Penglai sacred land. I didn't expect them to scatter after passing through the white light. Yi Xian, who was in the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, felt a little helpless. At this time, he was in a sea of flowers. As far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. However, this sea of flowers was not an ordinary place. The flowers under his feet emitted some white poisonous fog. Some caused people to fall into illusions, while others caused people to fall asleep. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the immortal phoenix divine bloodline, so it did not have any effect on him. Moreover, there was a large amount of white fog in this sea of flowers that obstructed vision and spiritual sense. If Yi Xian did not have the eye of revelation, he would have easily gotten lost. Although we have entered the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, the next step is to find the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, Luo Luo had entered this place with him, so Luo Luo should have been separated from the others. Fortunately, there was still some distance between him and Luo Luo, so he could clearly sense Luo Luo's position. Not only that, but Luo Luo was also the same. However, just as Yi Xian was flying through the sea of flowers toward the north where Luo Luo was, a figure suddenly swept over. Immortal Eye, Eye of Revelation. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that it was a person he did not know. He knew the 30 experts from the Glazed Knights, the Penglai Demon Clan, and the Tianjua Palace, but this person was wearing a black robe and had a very unfamiliar face, so he must be an enemy. Not on the list. Looks like you are a piece of trash. Die. The black-robed man's face turned cold, and he directly launched an attack at Yi Xian. TSK, you are only in the third echelon. Yi Xian sneered, and quickly slashed several times with his sword. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Swish. The black sword ray pierced through the air, instantly destroying the opponent's attack, and then cutting his body in half. His brain was cut open, and his soul instantly left his body, which was then dispersed by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. A system notification sounded. Unfortunately, people of the same level did not give Yi Xian much killing intent. Although there were not many people who entered the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, they were all outstanding people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If Lin Guanyao's strength was ranked, he could only be considered average. Apart from the 10 Platinum Knights who surpassed the Glazed Knights, he only surpassed a few experts from the Tianjua Palace and the Penglai Demon Clan. This person was slightly weaker than Lin Guanyao, so he was directly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring. Unfortunately, the other party came to fight, so he naturally did not bring many things. Then, he quickly rushed north. Based on his connection with Luo Luo, he knew that Luo Luo was also rushing towards him. However, he encountered 2 ignorant experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands on the way, and both of them were instantly killed by him. Brother. A voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out. After a short journey, Yi Xian finally saw Luo Luo. Because Elder Immortal Tian Ju said that Yi Xian was her brother in her previous life, and because of her connection with Yi Xian, Luo Luo trusted Yi Xian very much. After the two met, Luo Luo directly fell into Yi Xian's arms. Luo Luo, did you encounter any danger on the way? Yi Xian asked. I met someone I didn't know, but I killed him with one punch. Luo Luo nodded. Although she was reincarnated as a fox demon, after inheriting the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, not only did her strength directly soar to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, even her body was extremely strong. Yi Xian estimated that Luo Luo's strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the second echelon. Luo Luo, can you sense the specific location of the Demon Emperor's land of heritage? Yi Xian asked. No, after I came in, I could only sense you, brother. Luo Luo shook her head. In that case, let's find it. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and he directly summoned the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, then let Luo Luo go with them. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's battle strength was very strong, and he was probably in the top 3 of the second echelon, so Yi Xian was not worried. Chapter 1635. After Luo Luo, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian left, Yi Xian summoned the old tree again. Old tree, they might not recognize you, so just leave when you meet someone from the same faction, Yi Xian said to the old tree. No problem. The old tree replied, then turned into a bolt of lightning and left. After mutating, he could use the 9 Dragons' Thunder Flash without a cooldown. His speed was even faster than Yi Xian's, and his strength could probably squeeze into the first echelon. Even if someone from the second echelon encountered him, they would probably only end up dead. There was no other way. After all, through Fairy Glaze's transmission, Yi Xian knew that more than 60 people from the Wicked Path Holy Land had come this time, and all of them were at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. During the search, Yi Xian also encountered a few people from the same faction. There were Platinum Knights from the Glaze Knights, and also experts from the Yao clan. However, after exchanging a glance with them, Yi Xian directly left to search for the true location of the inheritance. Finally, 10 minutes after Yi Xian entered the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance, an aura suddenly spread out. Big brother, I feel the aura of the other half of the Yao Emperor's inheritance. Luo Luo transmitted. After Yi Xian and Luo Luo met yesterday, Luo Luo had grasped the ability to transmit her voice through space. It just happened to come in handy. Why didn't I feel it? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He hurriedly asked, where is it? If I'm north, it's northeast of you, Luo Luo replied. Okay, let's go. Yi Xian said nothing and immediately rushed over. He reckoned that someone must have found the Yao Emperor's inheritance. He had to hurry, or he wouldn't know who had taken the inheritance. After hearing this news, Luo Luo and the old tree simultaneously rushed over to the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance. The first to arrive was Yi Xian. He saw a platform in the middle of the sea of flowers, but there was nothing on the platform. Someone had taken it. Fortunately, the person who had taken away the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance did not leave. It was a young man in red. He was holding an interspatial ring in his hand. One had to know that the Demonic Beast Emperor's inheritance was most likely with the Holy Leader's token. Now that this red-clothed young man had obtained the Demonic Beast Emperor's inheritance, it was very likely that the Holy Leader's token was also in his hands. This person seems to be the number 1 on the Dragon Demon list, the bloodthirsty berserk dragon Blood Spring Autumn. With his eye of revelation, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. The bloodthirsty berserk dragon was a new branch of the colossal dragon clan. Their battle prowess was extremely high, and this Shuechuanxiu was a genius of the bloodthirsty berserk dragon clan. At the same time, he was also the strongest. However, this bloodthirsty berserk dragon, Shuechuanxiu, was only in the 3rd echelon. There was nothing to be afraid of. I remember, you seem to be Lioli. Just as Blood Spring Autumn was about to speak, Yi Xian attacked. Death Warrant. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Streaks of black sword chi tore through the air. These attacks could be considered as Yi Xian going easy, because his goal was to make Blood Spring Autumn lower his guard, and then... you don't know what's good for you. Blood Spring Autumn only snorted coldly, preparing to destroy Yi Xian's attacks. However, the moment he attacked, Yi Xian's figure suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared behind him. Eye of Assassination. Rip. A crisp sound rang out, and the bloodthirsty berserk dragon, Shuechuanxiu, who was ranked first on the demonic dragon list, had his head sliced off by Yi Xian. Following that, his soul was gone. Instant kill. What rank first on the demonic dragon list? So weak, Yi Xian disdainfully ridiculed, and then quickly put away Shuechuanxiu's universe ring and the demonic emperor's universe ring. I've finally obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. As long as I give it to Luo Luo, it will be able to cultivate the myriad fiend treasured body. This is something even stronger than the Lioli treasured body. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't find the Holy Leader token in this universe ring. It seemed that the Holy Leader token was somewhere else. Luo Luo, I've obtained the other half of the Demonic Emperor's universe inheritance. I'll give it to you now. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he quickly flew towards Luo Luo. "Ah, big brother, I met that simple." Luo Luo suddenly transmitted. "The successor of the Emperor of Death, simple?" Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Enemies were indeed bound to meet on a narrow road. He had met Simple before. This guy had tried to steal his will of death time and time again. Later on, when he was at the Black Flame Dragon tribe, he was defeated by Capricious, and never appeared again. Today, Yi Xian was going to take revenge. Unfortunately, the space in this secret realm was still stable. Even if Yi Xian used the Eye of Space, he couldn't break through the void and enter. Ding! The host is currently unable to use the Eye of the Void. Not only that, but even the Eye of the Void couldn't be used. Ghost Dome Emperor, Wei Zhentian, delay that guy for me. The old tree and I will be there soon. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded them. The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was a super force in the first echelon. Luo Luo and Ghost Dome Emperor were in the second echelon, and Wei Zhentian was in the third echelon. As long as they could hold on until they arrived, Simple would be dead meat. Ah, that big brother monk is coming to help. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly transmitted a message. Big brother monk, are you referring to One Thought Monk? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This One Thought Monk was also an expert in the second echelon. Moreover, he was from the holy ground of Buddhism. It would be easier for him to deal with One Thought Monk compared to the others. Ah, another ugly monk in red and gray clothes is here. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Ugly monks in red and gray clothes should be the flowery monk and meat monk of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. The master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground was called Evil Buddha. It was said that Evil Buddha was once a disciple of the Buddhist Supreme. Later on, he was expelled from the holy ground of Buddhism. After that, he went to the Evil Sun Holy Ground and became a general under the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. After the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground fell, he inherited the Holy Lord token and became the new master of the Holy Ground. In other words, the flowery monk and meat monk were both from the Evil Sun Holy Ground. They were enemies. These two people were experts in the second echelon. Adding on the fact that Simple was here, Luo Luo was in a very dangerous situation. Wei Zhentian, how's the situation on your side? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Although he could share his vision, he could only see and not sense the situation. Wei Zhentian sent a message saying that the Buddhist monk One Thought was blocking the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple. As for the other three, they were fighting with the two monks. He also said that the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was not as strong as they imagined. Hang in there, old tree will be here soon. He could sense his and the others' location. Relatively speaking, he was farther away. Moreover, the old tree was faster, so it was naturally the first to arrive. Chapter 1636. In less than 2 seconds, Old Tree arrived at the scene. With his participation in the battle, the situation immediately changed. After all, Old Tree could be considered as the third echelon in battle. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian directly received 2 amounts of killing intent. This was from the deaths of the flower monk and the meat monk. As for the successor of the Emperor of Death, his body was also blown up by a punch from Old Tree. What? So it's just a death clone? Yi Xian was stunned. No wonder Wei Zhentian said he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. It was just a clone. However, for a mere clone to be able to fight with a single thought, this Yi Bei was indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Yi Xian arrived at the scene as well. And I thought it was Yi's original body. I didn't think it was just a death clone. Otherwise, Luo Luo and the others might be in danger. Yi Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he thanked One Thought Monk. Thank you, Master. You're welcome, sir. However, may I take the corpses of the flower monk and the meat monk with me? Asked One Thought Monk. Go ahead. Yi Xian nodded. Evil Buddha was the Buddhist venerable's disciple. The flower monk and the meat monk were once part of the Buddhist Holy Land, so one thought wanted to take the corpses back. Luo Luo, this is the other half of the Demon Emperor's legacy. Afterwards, Yi Xian gave the Ring of Cosmos to Luo Luo. If I refine it now, it'll probably take me a day, but, Luo Luo frowned. Although she had only been born recently, her intelligence was not low. This was not the time to refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. It's fine. Big Brother has a place for you to refine it. Moreover, you might only be able to find the Holy Lord's medallion after you refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. Yi Xian stroked her hair lovingly before stowing her away in the planting space. If it were anyone else, Yi Xian would not be able to store them away as long as they resisted. However, he had not yet rescinded his contract with Luo Luo. As long as he wanted to, he could store them away. After Luo Luo reincarnated, she didn't have any memories, so she was very curious about the planting space. However, she quickly got used to it and began to refine the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste the day that Luo Luo was refining half of the Fey Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to continue his search. Even if he couldn't find the Holy Leader's token, killing some enemies would still be worth it. One Thought Master, please be careful. Yi Xian clasped his fist at the One Thought monk before directly leaving. Before One Thought could ask about the identity of the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Emperor, Yi Xian had already left. He could only sigh and continue searching for his companions. This mystic realm was also peculiar. Signal flares had no effect and would disappear as soon as they rose into the air. However, those with lower strength would gather together after meeting each other, and the team would continue to grow. Yi Xian, old immortal Tian Ju, said that we should only be able to find the Holy Leader token after refining the complete inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Fairy Luli suddenly sent a message. I know. I've already given the other half of the inheritance to Luo Luo. She's currently refining it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Also, our people are all gathered in the east. You can meet up with them there. Understood. With that, Yi Xian immediately changed his route and rushed towards the east. Although he could move alone, it would still be very troublesome if he ran into the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld at the same time. A while later, he successfully met up with the others. Yi Xian quickly glanced around and discovered that less than half of the people had entered. Wayward, Ren Feng, Lin Zhanhao, Lin Guangyao, and around a dozen other people. Yi Xian, did you run into anyone stronger? Wayward could not help but ask when he saw Yi Xian. I ran into a simple death clone, as well as the flowery monk and the meat monk from the Xiang sacred land. Yi Xian replied. Did you kill them? Wayward raised an eyebrow. Of course. Yi Xian nodded. He was not weak, so he obviously had to kill them. Not to mention the death clone, even if it was a simple death clone, he would probably die too. If that's the case, then report the battle situation. Wayward turned to look at the others. Lin Guangyao immediately added, 6 people from the Glazed Knights are known to have died. Among those who entered, the Glazed Knights were the weakest in terms of individual combat strength. Some of them could not even squeeze into the 3rd echelon, so it was expected that they would suffer heavy casualties. 4 people from the Penglai demon tribe have died as well, an expert from the demon tribe said. 3 people from the Tianjue Palace have died, Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of the Tianjue Palace elder, said. In total, they had lost 13 people. The losses were still quite heavy. After all, among the experts from the Penglai demon clan and the Tianjue Palace who had died, there were also old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years. Their combat strength could be squeezed into the 2nd echelon. Yi Xian, that demon emperor's inheritance still needs one more day to refine? Wayward asked again. Yes, Luo Luo has already refined it in my space. Yi Xian nodded. Although it's very likely that the Holy Leader token will only appear after we collect the complete Demon Emperor's inheritance, we can't just stay here for one day. Let's move in groups. Wayward looked around. It was fine for him to move alone, but if the others moved alone, they would almost certainly die if they encountered an expert. Now, they had gathered together for this purpose. Everyone present nodded slightly, then began to form groups of 2 or 3. Even the experts in the second echelon were the same. Yi Xian, are you interested in doing something big? Wayward suddenly smiled slyly. What do you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You know that my original form is a platinum holy light dragon, so I'm more sensitive to death aura. Although the range of this sea of flowers is small, I can sense the simple one. However, he was with the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, at that time, so I didn't make a move, Wayward said. So you're saying that you want to kill these 2 leaders first? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Clearly, he was persuaded. Because they had entered first, otherwise, he would have used the Death Hunt command to mark the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld. That way, he could kill them. Now that Wayward had the ability to sense the simple one's location, it was much more convenient. As long as we kill these 2, the remaining people are nothing to be afraid of, Wayward said with a grin. If you can sense the other party, then the simple one can sense you too. When the 2 of them joined forces, why didn't they find trouble with you first? Yi Xian asked curiously. This, you know. Wayward said somewhat shamefully. Now, Yi Xian understood. So it turned out that being willful was directly cowardly. Chapter 1637. Alright, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Hearing this, Wayward patted Yi Xian's shoulder and turned to say, Ren Feng, you go with them. Yes, senior. Ren Feng nodded. Then, Yi Xian teamed up with Wayward and left. Although it's 2 against 2, don't be careless. That simple probably has a lot of undead creatures, and the Prince of Netherworld also has some ghost puppets. We'll probably be surrounded, Wayward reminded. It's fine. I like being surrounded. Yi Xian grinned. When they were rushing to this rendezvous point, he and the old tree had already gathered there, so this time, the old tree was also there. Moreover, his slaughter seals required killing intent to form. As long as he could form a few slaughter seals and set up the immortal slaying sword formation, even itinerant immortals would die. It's too slow. Sit on my back. Wayward suddenly said, then transformed into his true form, the platinum holy light dragon. When he reverted to his original form, he was very small and petite. But now, his body length had reached 1,000 meters, and his speed had increased significantly. Along the way, they encountered many enemies, but all of them were killed by Yi Xian without exception. Among them was a monk wine under evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Land. His strength should be above average in the second echelon. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Xian and Wayward. In his true form, the platinum holy light dragon carried Yi Xian around the sea of flowers. Soon, he sensed a nauseating aura. Found it. Wayward's eyes lit up as he reminded. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian did not see anything. It seemed that Simple was outside his field of vision. I'm ready. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He was already holding the highest grade artifact Crimson Flame sword in his hand. I sense the auras of Simple and Nether Limitless. There are a few others. Do you want to go? Wayward asked. We're already here. How can we not go? Without another word, Yi Xian stomped his feet on the dragon's back and leaped toward the dragon's head. All right, leave the easy part to me. I'll leave the Prince of Netherworld to you. Willful didn't waste any more words and directly charged over. On the other side, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Jian Yi, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, also sensed the willful aura and immediately prepared for battle. When the people behind them saw this, they immediately drew their weapons and waited quietly. In next to no time, Yi Xian and his willful figure appeared before their eyes. Last time, you ran away. This time, you brought someone with you. Do you think you can fight us? Capricious shouted. If it was a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't be able to win against Capricious. However, they were now on the same side as the Netherworld Holy Land. With both sides working together, they had a high chance of winning. But how could they have known that Yi Xian was actually a hidden superpower? Cut the crap. Let me send you to see your senior brother. Wilful roared, and instantly attacked. At the same time, Yi Xian charged over under the protection of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Slaughter Seal. Yi Xian immediately used the new skill of his immortal slaying bloodline, and immediately condensed a slaughter seal. If he wanted, he could double his combat power now. No, triple it. Again. Damn, it can't be used? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He originally wanted to condense 3 slaughter seals. That way, he could directly triple his combat power and kill his enemies without a problem. However, he didn't expect that the slaughter seal couldn't be used continuously. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to use the slaughter seal skill. Since it can't be used, then let's kill. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, the attributes of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian soared by 2 times. Undying Battle Soul. Before the battle, Yi Xian and Wayward had already discussed a strategy. If they fought, then Wayward would delay Jian Yi and Nether Limitless, and Yi Xian would kill the remaining people. Apart from Jian Yi and Nether Limitless, there were 4 other experts. However, they didn't know whether they were in the 2nd or 3rd echelon. However, it didn't matter anymore. After activating his Undying Battle Soul, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian charged toward the 2 experts. The former swept his sword with all his might and sent one of them flying. Wei Zhentian wasn't weak either. Since this battle was crucial, Yi Xian directly used Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept out and engulfed the 2 experts. On the other hand, Yi Xian quickly dealt with the other 2 experts. Since they were in the same realm, his killing intent didn't increase by much. Since it's like this, then let's use it. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he was fighting with someone of the same level. He reckoned that even if he fought for an hour, it would be difficult for him to condense a single slaughter seal. Therefore, he directly activated the slaughter seal and used the slaughter state, causing his combat strength to increase explosively by 2 times. On the other side, Jian Yi and Nether Limitless were shocked when they saw the 4 experts being killed instantly. This time, they didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took out their respective trump cards from their interspatial rings. 2 skeletal dragons. 2 nether puppets. These 2 skeletons were itinerant immortal dragons when they were alive. They could be considered pseudo-immortal beasts. After they died, their combat power was very strong. When the 2 skeletal dragons joined forces, even Jian Yi had to be careful. As for the 2 nether puppets, they were personally refined by the Netherworld Emperor. They were also itinerant immortals when they were alive, so they were extremely strong. These 4 undead creatures could all squeeze into the 1st echelon. Therefore, Jian Yi and Nether Limitless had the combat power of 6 1st echelon experts. Damn it, I knew you had trump cards, but don't underestimate me. Wayward shouted angrily. A ray of white light shot out from his mouth and rapidly expanded. It was a white pillar with a coiling dragon. The moment it appeared, it shone with boundless light. When this holy white light landed on the skeletal dragons and the nether puppets, they immediately emitted green smoke. The white dragon demon suppression pillar. That thing is actually in his hands. Jian Yi was shocked. This thing was the nemesis of the undead creatures. It was the most precious treasure of the Life Saint sect. She didn't expect it to be in Wayward's hands. No, that's just a fake. The sharp-eyed prince of Netherworld saw through the clues. If it was the real white dragon demon suppression pillar, the 4 undead creatures would have been instantly purified. When the white dragon demon suppression pillar appeared, Jian Yi and the prince of Netherworld had actually thought of retreating. However, when they saw that the white dragon demon suppression pillar was just a fake, they decided not to leave. After all, there were 6 of them. However, Yi Xian and the others weren't to be trifled with. Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian immediately ordered. At the same time, he released the old tree. Chapter 1638. It's finally time for me to make a move. Old tree grinned and transformed into the ember of lightning fire. 9 lightning fire heavenly dragons flew out of his body and attacked the 2 nearest netherworld puppets. 9 dragon sky roaring strike. The power of this move was no weaker than the sword storm. 2 powerful moves were executed at the same time and instantly turned the 2 netherworld puppets into dust. Furthermore, this was not the end. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian directly marked it as simple, then instantly flashed behind him. Together with Old Shu's 9 dragons thunder flash, the 2 of them attacked one after another, connecting seamlessly. Yi Xian, the successor of the Emperor of Death, was shocked and used his trump card again. Immortal Body. Just as Yi Xian and Old Shu's attacks were about to land on his body suddenly enlarged by several times. The Void Flame Sword Wave and Old Shu's Thunder Fire Fist actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage when they struck his body. The disciple of the Emperor of Death was indeed not easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian and Old Tree's goal this time was not to kill Yi Xian, but to prevent Yi Xian from controlling the 2 bone dragons. Take this. Yi Xian's arrogant voice rang out. In the next moment, he directly spat out a white dragon breath. Innate ability, Sacred Dragon's Breath. This white dragon breath directly blasted onto a bone dragon, instantly blasting it into pieces. The Platinum Sacred Light Dragon's dragon breath increased the damage of undead creatures. It was very normal for it to kill a bone dragon in one hit. Now, 2 netherworld puppets and a bone dragon were instantly destroyed. This caught the 2 of them off guard. Damn it, let's go. The black-armored prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically as he turned around and left. Old Tree, chase him to death. Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. It was impossible to travel through space in this mystic realm, so Yi Xian only used the Death Pursuit Order to mark the prince of Netherworld. Then, Old Tree, who had the 9 dragons thunder flash, chased after him. As for Yi Xian, he would kill him first. Hoo. Tens of thousands of blood swords swept toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also attacked from the left and right. On the other hand, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon was condensing on the spot, preparing to kill it with a single strike. Go and see your senior brother. At this time, the willful condensation was complete. After a warning, it opened its bloody mouth. Easygoing was surrounded from 3 sides and had nowhere to hide. He controlled the bone dragon to stand between him and Caprice. Boom! The holy dragon's breath burst out, and the bone dragon was used as a shield to block the attack. If you dare to touch me, Master will definitely not let you off. She had no other choice but to bring out her background. Even if your senior brother died in my hands, am I not still alive and well? He opened his dragon mouth willfully and sneered. The Life Sacred Land, the Buddhist Sacred Land, the Death Sacred Land, and the Nether Sacred Land were 4 great sacred lands. As for Simple's master, the Emperor of Death, he was the master of the Holy Land of Death and had a deep background. However, Caprice's background was not bad either. His grandfather was the master of the Life's Sacred Land, and his strength was even stronger than the Emperor of Death. So, what was there to be afraid of? After using the Undying Body, Simple's defense was amazing. Even the Sword Storm and Void Flame Sword Ripples could not break through. However, this Undying Body definitely had a time limit. Once the time was up, Simple would be a fish on the chopping board. Caprice had already condensed the 3rd Holy Dragon's breath, but he could not wait and directly released it. Boom! This dragon breath obliterated hundreds of blood swords and then blasted on Ultraman's transformed body. The Undying Body, which was immune to normal attacks, was directly broken by this holy dragon's breath. Simple was heavily injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Emperor of Death's Undying Body is indeed powerful. I want to see how much ability you have. Caprice snorted coldly and condensed the power of the holy light again. At the same time, he controlled the white dragon demon suppression column to smash at Simple. Bang! The white dragon demon suppression column's damage was not high, but it could satisfy Caprice. Get out of my way. Simple was furious. He swung his fist and sent the white dragon demon suppression column flying. At the same time, he looked for an opening to escape. Unfortunately, there were tens of thousands of blood swords surrounding him. As long as he ran in any direction, Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Emperor would follow. There was no way he could escape. Fortunately, he still had a soul seed in his master's hands, so he was not too desperate. Even if he died this time, he could use the soul seed to revive. This was one of the benefits of not breaking through to itinerant immortal. At this time, Simple's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of a solution. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Simple roared at the sky. Then, the chi of heaven and earth suddenly began to circulate wildly and gather above Simple's head. Seeing this, Yi Xian was a little confused. Could it be that Simple was going to use his trump card and die together with them? Damn, this guy is going to undergo the immortal tribulation on the spot. Caprice immediately reacted and exclaimed, "This guy wants to lead the immortal tribulation to attack us. Let's go. Back off." Yi Xian was also shocked and quickly retreated. The immortal tribulation was not a joke, let alone someone else's immortal tribulation. At this time, only by becoming an itinerant immortal could they survive this crisis. The space here was very stable, similar to the space in the Penglai demon tribe. If they broke through to itinerant immortal, they might be able to make a move here. However, what shocked Simple was that he had failed to lead the immortal tribulation this time. Poof! Suddenly, the immortal tribulation thundercloud in the sky dispersed. There was no way to undergo the immortal tribulation here. What? Simple was shocked. This was his last trick, and he did not expect it to fail. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for showing off. Caprice laughed loudly. Simple originally wanted to use the immortal tribulation to scare off Yi Xian and Caprice. Then, he would directly undergo the immortal tribulation and become an itinerant immortal. That way, he could escape. He did not expect that he could not undergo the immortal tribulation here. He was done for. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Simple did not forget to threaten in the end. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body began to shrink. The duration of the immortal body was about to end. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Attack him." In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept over. The defense of the shrunken immortal body decreased, and it was instantly pierced through. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, which proved that Simple had been killed. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye of revelation also captured a wisp of remnant soul. Void flame sword wave. Poof! With a soft thud, Simple's soul was obliterated by Yi Xian. What successor of the Emperor of Death? He was not worth mentioning. Chapter 1639. Here, I'll go after that guy. Wayward said to Yi Xian and immediately chased after the Prince of Netherworld. Yi Xian quickly kept Wayward's Qian Kun ring. However, just as he was about to keep Wayward's body, Wayward's eyes suddenly turned into two wisps of death intent that rose into the air. Then, they condensed into an illusory figure. Who gave you the guts to kill my disciple? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. After hearing this, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. This person should be Wayward's master, the leader of the Holy Land of Death, the Emperor of Death. Wayward, who was about to chase after the Prince of Netherworld, suddenly stopped. He looked at the Emperor of Death and laughed coldly. What a joke. You're just an illusory figure. What right do you have to appear in front of me? It's you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? The Death Emperor's gaze landed on Chenmu. Last time, Chenmu had killed his first disciple, which led to the Death Emperor choosing another successor. This time, Wayward had been killed again. This aggro had increased. However, Wayward was right. He was just an illusory figure now. What ability did he have? Indeed, I can't do anything to you now. However, you'd better be careful in the future. The Emperor of Death's eyes flickered. After he finished speaking, he turned into two rays of white light and entered Yi Xian and Wayward's bodies respectively. Oh my! Wayward was not the only one who did not react. Yi Xian was the same. He guessed that this was some kind of mark left by the Emperor of Death. You Emperor of Death, are you trying to find someone to kill me in the future? Yi Xian, don't be afraid. I'll ask my father to help me get rid of this mark later. After Wayward finished speaking, he immediately flew into the distance. After all, the Prince of Netherworld had escaped. Yi Xian did not pay much attention to the mark left by the Emperor of Death. After all, he was in the Penglai Holy Land now. Even if the Emperor of Death came personally, he could not do anything to him. Using the shared vision, Yi Xian could see the figure of the Prince of Netherworld through Old Tree's eyes. The Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, was slightly weaker than Wayward. However, he was good at escaping. Old Tree, you chase after them. Capricious and I will split up and flank them. Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. All right. The Prince of Netherworld was rather fast. With his 9 dragons thunder flash, the Old Tree could barely keep up with him. However, the Sea of Flowers had a limited range. Once they reached the edge, they would be knocked into by Yi Xian or Caprice. Along the way, the Prince of Netherworld met a few people. There were Platinum Knights, demon race experts, and people from the 3 unorthodox sacred grounds. However, when the Platinum Knights and demon race experts recognized the Prince of Netherworld, they avoided him. The Prince of Netherworld didn't have the time to deal with them. As for the 3 experts from the holy grounds of the evil path, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the Prince of Netherworld being chased by an unknown bald elder. They hurriedly retreated. This chase lasted for a long time, a full 20 minutes. After the Prince of Netherworld fled at full speed for 20 minutes, he reached the edge of the Sea of Flowers, which was also the edge of the array. This time, if he didn't change his direction, Old Tree would catch up to him. Damn it! The Prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically. Then, he flew toward the west. Coincidentally, the west was where Yi Xian was heading. Huh, we bumped into each other. Yi Xian laughed heartily. His eyes flashed as he used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the Prince of Netherworld. Although more than 20 minutes had passed and the double amplification of the slaughter state had long since passed, don't forget that Yi Xian could use the slaughter seal 3 times a day. Massacre mode. Yi Xian instantly exploded, and his aura doubled again. Then, he slashed his sword at the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. Void flame sword ripple. Whoosh! The wind howled. The scarlet flame sword instantly attacked the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. This attack was not weak. If the Prince of Netherworld couldn't dodge it, his head would naturally fly off. Damn it, Netherworld Dharma body. The Prince of Netherworld's expression turned cold, and his body suddenly became illusory. Then, Yi Xian's scarlet flame sword passed through him as if it had cut through water. As for the Prince of Netherworld, he was completely unharmed. Good move, Yi Xian was shocked. This move was indeed good, but he heard the system notification that the Netherworld Dharma body could not be copied. It seemed that the level was too high, or there were some specific factors that he had not satisfied. However, this did not matter. He had to kill the Prince of Netherworld first. While Yi Xian was blocking the Prince of Netherworld, the Old Tree appeared in front of the Prince of Netherworld in a flash. Poof! The Old Tree's hand passed through the Prince of Netherworld's body. The son of the Netherworld Emperor was not so easy to deal with. The successor of the Emperor of Death was simple. He had cultivated the immortal body and transformed into Ultraman, making his entire body indestructible. As for the son of the Netherworld Emperor, Nether Limitless, he had cultivated the Netherworld Dharma body and was immune to all kinds of attacks. However, so what? Wei Zhentian, surround him. Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared and directly wrapped the three of them up, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, the Prince of Netherworld's expression had darkened. However, he pretended to be calm and laughed. Ha ha ha, do you think you can kill me with just the few of you? Ordinary attacks are indeed useless against you, but why don't you try this move again? At this moment, Yi Xian sneered and suddenly moved away from the old tree. Then, Wei Zhentian tore open a hole, and a ray of white light shot in from the outside. This ray of white light was the breath of the sacred dragon that Wayward had released in a hurry. Ordinary attacks were useless against the Netherworld Dharma body, but Wayward's breath of the sacred dragon could. The Prince of Netherworld was engulfed by the white light and was instantly purified. Even his soul was obliterated, leaving behind only an interspatial ring. As he was not killed by Yi Xian, there was naturally no killing intent value. However, Wayward said generously, "Here, take it." "Many thanks." Yi Xian did not hesitate and took the Prince of Netherworld's interspatial ring. However, as he had expected, there was not much inside. Now that the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld were dead, there was no one in the Demon Emperor's inheritance mystic land who could stop them. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's also a Netherworld puppet that was refined from the corpse of an itinerant immortal. Yi Xian grinned. The combat power of this Netherworld puppet was at the level of the first echelon, and it was extremely precious. Now that there are no more opponents, let's split up and kill all the people from the evil Holy Land first. After saying that, Wayward turned around. As long as they killed all the experts from the evil Holy Land, they would not have to be afraid of the Holy Leader's token even if it appeared. Chapter 1640. At this time, outside the secret realm. Ha ha ha, good, this is really good news. Even the Prince of Netherworld has fallen in there. This is great news. Old immortal Tianju could not help but laugh. Yi Xian had also spread the news of Simple's death through Fairy Luli. Now, the news of the Prince of Netherworld's death, Nether Limitless, had spread. The rogue immortals of the evil sacred ground could not believe it. It was one thing for Blood Chuanxiu, Monk Flowery, and the others to die, but how could the first echelon of battle be killed as well? What happened? The Platinum Holy Light Dragon can't kill two people in a row. These rogue immortals could not help but think. At this time, the four rogue immortals from the Sacred Land of Death and the Netherworld's Sacred Land all made a decision. The four of them were not simply bodyguards for Simple and Nether Limitless. They had come here for another purpose. However, the Netherworld's Sacred Land had also invited an expert, but he had not appeared for a long time. No one knew what he was doing. Through Fairy Luli and old immortal Tianju, almost everyone in the camp knew about the death of Simple and Nether Limitless, and their morale was greatly boosted. On the contrary, the morale of the evil sacred ground experts fell, and they began to be cautious. If it were not for the fact that they could not find the exit, many of them would have left. At this time, Yi Xian and Capricious were roaming the sky above the Sea of Flowers, killing any enemy they saw. After half a day, there were only a few survivors from the evil sacred ground. Some hid in the Sea of Flowers, hoping to survive this calamity. Although there were many evil sacred ground experts, almost none of them could be found now. Therefore, Yi Xian and the others gathered in front of the platform where the Shifter Emperor's inheritance was placed. They had searched through the entire Sea of Flowers but had not found any clues. Therefore, this was the only place that was more likely to be the culprit. Another half a day passed. Luo, who was refining the other half of the Shifter Emperor's inheritance in the planting space, finally opened her eyes. "Brother, I'm done refining." Luolua's tender voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. "How was it?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "After refining the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, I obtained the memories of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. I already know where the Holy Leader's token is." Luo replied, "It's under this half of the inheritance." At the same time, Senior Monster Emperor's corpse is also down there. However, it's protected by a formation. If we forcefully break it open, the interspatial ring that contains the Holy Leader's token will shatter. Oh, okay. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Since Luo Luo had already refined the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance and obtained the inheritance memories left behind by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, then she should be able to obtain the Holy Leader badge. However, the matter was not over yet. There were still many people outside who were eyeing them covetously. Yi Xian glanced around and said, Luo Luo already knows the whereabouts of the Holy Leader's token. However, we still haven't decided who the Holy Leader's token belongs to, right? I feel that since only Lord Luo Luo knows, then, Yao Tian of the Penglai demon race said. However, he was interrupted before he could finish. Sigh, you can't say that. If Yi Xian and I hadn't killed Simple and Nether Limitless, do you think this matter would be so easy? Wayward snorted. Then what do you think? Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace suddenly asked. That's simple. The strong are respected, so will naturally use strength to obtain the treasure. Each side will send out one person, and the one who wins in the end will obtain the Holy Leader's token. Wayward suggested. Actually, he was not afraid of others. In the current situation, the only one who could fight him was probably Yi Xian. Right now, there were 4 other factions present: Heaven Absolute Palace, Penglai Demon Race, Glazed Knights, and Life's Sacred Land. Actually, there was a 5th faction, which was the Buddhist Sacred Land. However, the one-thought monk was currently on the side of the Glazed Knights, so he could not be considered a representative of the Buddhist Sacred Land. At the same time, Heaven Absolute Palace and the Penglai Demon Race were on the same side. Even if Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace obtained the Holy Leader's token, he would give it to Luo Luo. After all, they were here to help this time. This, Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian exchanged glances. Yi Xian and Luo Luo seemed to have an inexplicable relationship. Was Yi Xian not going to help Luo Luo? I've already promised Fairy Glazed Glass to help him obtain the Holy Leader's token. However, Luo Luo also needs the Holy Leader's token, so I have to obtain it. After Luo Luo uses the Holy Leader's token to overcome the heavenly tribulation, I'll give it to Fairy Glazed Glass. Yi Xian thought to himself. Your Heaven Absolute Palace and the Penglai Demon Race should stop fighting. I can send you flying with a single hand, Wayward suddenly turned around and said. Even if you were once a wandering immortal, I can't back down. Yao Tian snorted coldly. If that's the case, then you and Lin Zhanhao can come together. I'll accept this battle, Wayward said directly. Hearing that, Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao exchanged glances. This was Wayward's own request, so they would not be unreasonable. In a one-on-one situation, they would definitely lose, but in a two-on-one situation, they might still have a chance of winning. Then I'll offend you. Immediately, Lin Zhanhao summoned a sword, while Yao Tian directly transformed into his original form. He was the Destruction Heavenly Dragon with the strongest attack power among the Heavenly Dragons. The two of them joining forces was not a joke. What do you mean by once a wandering immortal? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, Wayward directly faced them. He did not need to transform into his original form to deal with 2 people from the second echelon. In an instant, the 3 of them exchanged blows. A battle of this level was relatively rare. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian would at least force Wayward's original form out by joining forces, but they did not expect that they would be sent flying by Wayward's single punch from the beginning. The difference in strength was obvious at a glance. How can he be so strong? Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian thought in unison. They were both at the peak of Heaven Completion Stage 9th tier, but their strength was so much weaker than Wayward's, which was a little hard for them to accept. Moreover, they could see that if Wayward attacked with his full strength, the 2 of them would probably be killed in an instant. In less than a few seconds, Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian were defeated by Wayward alone. How about it? Why don't both of you try again together? Wayward said with a smile. At this time, there were still 7 people from Tianju Palace and Penglai Demon Tribe. Including Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian, there were 9 people. 1 against 9, this was not fun. However, many people present believed that Wayward would still win. Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian looked at each other, and finally their gazes fell on Yi Xian. At this time, only Yi Xian could fight against the Platinum Holy Light Dragon, wayward. If he did not make a move, then this Holy Leader token would be wayward's. Wayward, let's fight. Yi Xian summoned the Scarlet Flame Sword. Chapter 1641. Why didn't you call out that old man? Headstrong asked with some apprehension. It wouldn't be fair if I did. Yi Xian grinned. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was considered a heaven-reaching beast, while Wei Zhentian was a weapon. However, Old Tree was also considered a member of the shifter race. If he was called out, wouldn't that be one more person? Headstrong looked at Yi Xian. When he thought about how Yi Xian didn't even take out the nether puppet, he heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't confident in winning against Yi Xian alone. If both Old Tree and the nether puppet came out together, he might as well just admit defeat. Alright, since that's the case, then come at me. Headstrong shouted and transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon. The Platinum Holy Light Dragon was considered a member of the Heavenly Dragon race, but it was more noble than any other Heavenly Dragon race member. After transforming into his true form, Headstrong's battle prowess skyrocketed. Unfortunately, he was nothing more than a sitting duck in Yi Xian's eyes. Don't forget, Yi Xian had already obtained the Dragon Slayer title, which doubled the damage he dealt to dragons. In addition, he had the Unicorn's Deterrence skill, which doubled the damage. In other words, Yi Xian's damage against Headstrong in his true form had tripled. On top of that, he had the Undying Doppelganger's amplification, the 1% amplification from the Elegy of Souls, the offensive power of the Ultimate Realm, and the fire offensive power of the Immortal Ichilan bloodline and the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline. Hence, even before he started, he was already doomed to fail. When the surrounding people saw Yi Xian and Headstrong, they couldn't help but back away. They estimated that this battle would be very intense. Of course, this was only their estimation. Come! Headstrong roared again, then transformed into a streak of white light and swept towards Yi Xian's trio. Kill! At the same time, Yi Xian gave Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Might Awe the Heavens an order. The two of them charged forward, one on the left and one on the right. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Yi Xian also began to attack, sending one attack after another at caprice. This kind of attack can't hurt me. He laughed willfully. Although Yi Xian's attack was strong, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon scales were no joke either. However, the power of the Void Flame Sword Ripple was not equal to the damage it dealt to the dragon's body. He willfully extended his dragon claw, preparing to destroy the Void Flame Sword Ripples. At the same time, he turned around, wanting to kill Wei Zhentian. He had learned about the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's unlimited resurrection ability, so he did not hold back at all. However, he had miscalculated one thing. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Wayward couldn't help but cry out in pain. He discovered that his dragon claw had actually been injured by Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. How was this possible? The Nihility Flame Sword Ripple's damage against dragons is 3 times that of normal. Yi Xian sneered inwardly as he continued to attack. Wayward suffered a setback. His wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. When he was in the rebirth realm, he could still use the mysterious life chi to heal his injuries. However, after entering the imperishable realm and obtaining the imperishable body, his injuries would be harder to heal. It was the same for the Ascension realm. However, as a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, Wayward was able to heal his injuries in an instant. I don't believe that you can heal indefinitely. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, he continuously used the Void Flame Sword Ripple. Stinking brat, don't be so smug. Watch how I crush your kidneys. With a furious roar, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor lashed out with its tail, causing Wei Zhentian to explode. At the same time, its platinum scales suddenly emitted a white light. In an instant, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was purified into ashes. Ding! Wei Zhentian died. Ding! Wei Zhentian revived. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor revived. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor appeared once again and charged over. Ayaya, this is too fake. You can revive indefinitely. Wayward couldn't help but roar in anger. Don't you have unlimited healing too? Yi Xian laughed. That's true. With your current attack, it's not enough to kill me. After saying that, Wayward suddenly accelerated towards Yi Xian. Since that's the case, let's do it for real. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he directly used the Deathly Hunt command to mark Wayward. This way, his attack would deal additional damage to Wayward. Ever since the Slaying God bloodline and the Sword God bloodline merged with the Immortal Slaying bloodline, the damage of the Deathly Hunt command had increased by 30%. Moreover, the power of the first strike of the Eye of Assassination had also increased by 50%. This strike was probably enough to break the balance between Wayward's damage and recovery. Whoosh! Wayward turned into a ray of white light and attacked. Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't catch up with him. However, just as his dragon claws were about to grab Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Wayward. Eye of Assassination, slash. Bam! A void fire sword ripple directly slashed the back of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. This time, the power of the void fire sword ripple increased by a lot. It almost cut off half of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon's body. After feeling the pain, Wayward couldn't help but roar at the sky and say, "Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore." You're not fighting anymore? So soon? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The battle hadn't even started for 2 seconds and Wayward had already admitted defeat. He hadn't even used all his trump cards yet. Brat, you're already at the level of a rogue immortal. I'm not your match. I don't want the Holy Leader's writ. Wayward shook his head. After healing his injuries, he directly transformed into his human form. Just now, Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of old immortal Tian Zhu, and the number 1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yao Tian, couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Wayward. Now that Wayward had transformed into his true form, he couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Yi Xian. Yi Xian, isn't he a little too much of a freak? Alright, is there anyone else who wants to come out and try? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at the others. With his strength, he was strong enough to fight a group of people including Wayward. Who would dare to challenge him? Since there's no one else, this holy leader's writ is mine. Yi Xian grinned and summoned Luo Luo. Previously, he had used the platinum badge to communicate with Fairy Lu Li. He wanted to give this holy leader's writ to Luo Luo first. After Luo Luo passed the heavenly tribulation, he would give it to Fairy Lu Li. Fairy Lu Li didn't have any objections, and so did old immortal Tian Zhu. Therefore, they followed Yi Xian's plan. Luo Luo already knew the result, so when she appeared, she immediately used the hand seal she learned from the Dragon Sparrow Fairy and hit the stone platform. Bam! The stone platform suddenly exploded. Chapter 1642. Even Yi Xian did not expect it. He had scanned the platform with his eye of revelation, but he did not find anything. Soon, a white token entered everyone's sight. As expected, the Holy Leader token was in the stone platform. The thing that blocked Yi Xian's eye of revelation was probably some kind of array, which was why Yi Xian did not notice it. It really is the Holy Leader token. I didn't expect it to be here. I tried to attack the stone platform, but it was useless. I couldn't destroy it at all. So what if you guessed it? You can't break the array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over and held the Holy Leader token in his hand. As long as he refined this Holy Leader token, he would become the leader of the Penglai Sacred Land. As long as he was in the Penglai Sacred Land, his strength would increase tremendously. Moreover, even if he broke through to become an itinerant immortal, he would still be able to fight in the Penglai sacred land. Ding! The host has obtained the Penglai sacred land's holy leader token. Do you want to refine it? A system notification sounded. Immediately, Yi Xian answered in his mind, yes. Although he would have to give the holy leader token to Luo Luo and Fairy Luli, he could wait until the time came. He would refine it first because he had a plan. Ding! The holy leader token has been successfully refined. The host is now the leader of the Penglai sacred land. The system notification sounded. Although Yi Xian did not feel the change in his strength, he would definitely be more powerful if he attacked. However, at this moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space beside Yi Xian. Then, a hand reached out and was about to snatch the holy leader token away. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. Even Yi Xian did not expect it. Who could use the space-breaking technique in the secret land built by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy? After all, they had lost their space-breaking ability when they entered. Even Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Space, could not use it. Not only that, but even the Eye of Void could only be used once. But now, someone could actually break through the space-breaking technique. What was going on? You want to steal my holy leader token? No way. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he gripped the holy leader medallion tightly with one hand. At the same time, he grabbed the holy leader medallion with the other hand, and then viciously dragged him away. Then, a young man entered everyone's sight. This person's face was very unfamiliar to everyone, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Hua! Another spatial fissure tore open. This time, the spatial fissure expanded all the way to Yi Xian's head, as though it was preparing to kill Yi Xian in one blow. However, Yi Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th level, and he also had the space eye. Most importantly, he had already refined the holy leader's badge. When the spatial crack expanded to his skin, it suddenly recovered from the recoil. What? The young man was shocked. He thought that he would succeed this time, but he didn't expect that he would fail. Before he could react, the old tree threw out 9 lightning fire chains. 9 dragons thunder chain, lock. In an instant, the young man was trapped by the 9 dragons thunder chain. The extremely strong power of lightning paralyzed him, and he couldn't move. Who are you? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. This young man had the ability to break through the space-breaking technique here. He was at least as strong as the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, or even stronger. One had to know that Fairy Luli didn't tell him that there was such an expert. After all, the experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands had entered under the watchful eyes of Fairy Luli and old immortal Tianju. The Space Eye, he's the descendant of time and space. Wayward suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Descendant of time and space? What's that? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, he didn't care who the other party was, and directly punched out. With the holy leader's badge in hand and having refined it, Yi Xian's attack power instantly skyrocketed. Bang! This punch was so fast that even Wayward couldn't react in time. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the young man's neck had already exploded, and his head had been separated from his body. The reason why Yi Xian didn't target his head was because he felt a familiar aura, and that was the space eye. Before the other party could react, Yi Xian quickly moved again and plucked both of the young man's eyes. He originally thought that the other party's eyes were the space eyes obtained from the heaven-reaching beast, but when he plucked them and devoured them, he found that this wasn't the case. One of the young man's eyes was the space eye, and the other was the time eye. Ding, the host has devoured in space eye. Ding, the host has devoured in space eye. Ding, the planting space has changed. The host can change the flow of time in the planting space by 10 times. Ding, the space eye, and the space eye, has been copied into the eye catalog. There are currently 3 types, the eye of nature, the eye of death, the space eye, and the time eye. Ding, the system rewards the host with the evolution of his celestial eyes. A series of system notifications stunned Yi Xian. The eye catalog was understandable, but what was with the flow of time in the planting space? Immediately, he checked the planting space and found that the flow speed in the planting space could be increased by 10 times or decreased by 10 times. If it was accelerated by 10 times, then the growth of the heaven and earth treasures would be accelerated by 10 times. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then 10 days in the planting space would be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Holy *T, Yi Xian was shocked beyond words. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then it would be 1/10 of its original speed. Cultivating in the planting space for 10 years was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. For the average person, this was better than any heaven and earth treasures. Most importantly, the flow of time in the planting space would change according to the level of the planting space. The planting space was currently at level 6. If it was upgraded to level 7, it might be 100 times faster. In the future, it might even be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times faster. 10,000 years in the planting space was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. Even an idiot could become a genius. However, the flow of time was only effective for cultivation. If someone was pregnant, 10 months in the outside world would be equivalent to 100 months in the planting space. Haha, thank you for giving me such a good gift. Yi Xian laughed loudly as he looked at the scion of time and space. The scion of time and space had a good plan. He'd waited for Yi Xian to obtain the Holy Leader medallion before making his move. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to be able to refine the Holy Leader medallion in an instant, catching him off guard. Not only had his plan failed, but he'd also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. It was a complete failure. Chapter 1643. He should be the Temporal Island Lord's son, Shi Wuya. This temporal island can also be considered a sacred ground, but it's much smaller than the Penglai sacred ground. However, the temporal island lord was very lucky and obtained a pair of eyes of time. He laid down a formation on the temporal island, slowing down the flow of time by half. The flow of time on the island is different from the flow of time in the Penglai sacred ground. 1 year of cultivation here is equivalent to 2 years of cultivation in the Penglai sacred ground, explained Headstrong. Oh. Only half? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. His eyes revealed a mocking expression. One had to know that his planting space could change the flow of time by 10 times. It was much stronger than the temporal island lord. Ah, at this moment, Shi Wuya suddenly opened his mouth and screamed a few times in a voice that no one could understand. I heard that Shi Wuya was born mute. Now, he only has a head left because of you. Even his eyes have been dug out. What a cripple. Headstrong grinned and said, I didn't expect that a demonic sacred ground could actually move the temporal island lord. If your reaction was slower, the sacred leader token would have been taken away. How strong is the temporal island lord? Asked Yi Xian. The temporal island lord is a second tribulation scattered immortal. He offended my life saint sect, so he has been hiding in the temporal island, not daring to come out. As Headstrong spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Shi Wuya and said, if we directly kill Shi Wuya, he will definitely use a soul seed to revive in the temporal island. Why don't you hand him over to me? I'll bring him back to the Life Saint sect and imprison him. If you want to take my sacred leader token, you have to pay a price. Yi Xian snorted and threw Shi Wuya's head to Headstrong. Then, he took the yin and yang ring from Shi Wuya's body. Everyone was stunned. Yi Xian's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They didn't expect that even Shi Wuya, who had the ability to break space, couldn't hurt him. It was truly terrifying. Since we have obtained the Fiend Emperor's inheritance and the Sacred Leader token, let's go. After saying that, Yi Xian hesitated. At this time, Shi Wuya had already cultivated the Eye of Space. Although it was only half, it was enough to break this space. Yi Xian had already obtained the Sacred Leader token. Since Luo Luo had even found the Holy Lord's token, she naturally told Yi Xian about it. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to break through the void and leave. Immortal, immortal, immortal. Ye immortal, immortal, immortal sect. Immortal, 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 immortals. Immortal, 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 immortals. Old Shu, get ready, Yi Xian said in his heart of. This meant that Yi Xian could attack them, but they could only defend and not retaliate. Blood Fiend Holy Land, Bone Erosion Holy Land, and Evil Sun Holy Land each had one loose immortal, while Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land each had 2 loose immortals. Yi Xian's goal this time was to kill these 7 itinerant immortals. At this moment, Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli had also seen Yi Xian. They also knew about Shi Wuya through voice transmissions. Not only that, but the Nether Holy Land also knew about it because they were the ones who had invited Shi Wuya. That seems to be. The 2 immortals from the sacred land of death raised their eyebrows. Just now, Shi Wuya had blended in with the Nether Holy Land's group and disguised himself, so they didn't recognize him. Now, Shi Wuya's head was being held capriciously in his hand, and he was constantly uttering hoarse notes. That was why he was recognized. I never expected that the Nether Hallowed Land would actually be able to invite Shi Wuya. The 2 rogue immortals from the sacred land of death could not help but wonder. What was even more unexpected was that Shi Wuya had failed. One must know that Shi Wuya's strength was above Yi Xian and Nether Limitless. How could he be captured alive? At this moment, Yi Xian and the others had already passed through the light barrier and exited the secret realm. Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli immediately went up to greet them. Ha ha ha, I'm sure you guys have already received the news. The sacred land of death's Yi Xian and the Nether Holy Land's Nether Limitless have both fallen. Capricious laughed arrogantly. Nether Holy Land, I wonder what conditions you guys offered to actually be able to get this guy to help. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lift up Shi Wuya's head. Shi Wuya was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even if only his head was left, he wouldn't die. If his soul was erased, he could use the soul seed to revive on the temporal island. However, if he was imprisoned in the Life Saint sect, he wouldn't be able to revive. The temporal island lord once had a conflict with the Life Saint sect. Now that the temporal island lord's son had fallen into capricious hands, who knew what would happen next? You guys actually dared to kill my young master. The Nether Emperor won't let you off. One of the Nether Holy Land's loose immortals snorted. Capricious naturally wouldn't be intimidated by such threats. He continued to mock, TCH, even if your young master didn't have the soul seed, I would still kill him. If you have the guts, come and beat me up. The 2 loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other with ugly expressions. At this moment, Immortal Qi Shui from the Blood Fiend Holy Land suddenly said, since it's like this, why don't you tell me who obtained the Holy Master token? Why? Is it important who obtained it? Old Immortal Tianju suddenly took a step forward and glanced at him. Many people from my Blood Fiend Holy Land have died. Don't tell me we don't even have the qualifications to take a look. Immortal Qi Shui snorted. Since you guys want to take a look, then take a look. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly took out the Holy Master token from the devouring space. Seeing this, Old Immortal Tianju's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He recognized that this was indeed the Holy Master token that the Dragon Sparrow Fairy had refined when she was alive. Although the other loose immortals hadn't seen the Holy Master token of the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, they could feel that this Holy Master token was extraordinary. Since someone had obtained the Holy Master token, the next step for the Evil Dao Holy Land was to carry out their plan. Attack. Suddenly, the 2 rogue immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other. Immediately after, the 2 of them quickly flew towards Yi Xian. At the same time, one of them even attacked Yi Xian without hesitation. What? Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the 2 loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land would suddenly attack. Were they going to snatch the Holy Master token? One should know that this island was also a part of the Penglai Holy Land. If they attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Dao. These 2 loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land were both at the peak of the First Tribulation and had extraordinary strength. One of their attacks was enough to kill an ordinary loose immortal, let alone Yi Xian, who was at the 9th level of the Ascension realm. Chapter 1644. Oh no! Old deity Tianju was also an itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation. He immediately understood the Nether Holy Land's plan and his expression changed drastically. The Nether Holy Land had decided to sacrifice an itinerant immortal for the Holy Leader token. After killing Yi Xian, another person would snatch it away. What a good plan. Unfortunately, the Nether Holy Land attacked without warning. Old deity Tianju could do nothing about it. Now, he could only depend on Yi Xian. You are not afraid of the punishment of the heavenly Tao and attacked me. Yi Xian was slightly surprised because he also wanted to attack these itinerant immortals. He did not expect to be too slow. However, it did not matter. You are too naive. Take this. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered and a space crack appeared in front of him. Then, the attack of the itinerant immortal from the Nether Holy Land rushed in and appeared behind the other person. Bam! The cold light hit the back of the other person's head and instantly pierced through his head. The itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation was dead. At the same time, the itinerant immortal who attacked was also punished by the heavenly Tao and his soul was directly obliterated. In just 1 second, the two itinerant immortals at the peak of the First Tribulation died one after another. The heavenly Tao punished according to the strength of the attack. The attack just now was very fierce, so the heavenly Tao directly obliterated the attacker's soul. This person was an itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation and had been stuck in this realm for more than 1,000 years. He knew that he could not suppress the immortal tribulation and could not pass it, so he decided to sacrifice himself to ask the Nether Emperor to protect his descendants. He did not expect that this plan would fail. Not only the Nether Holy Land, but the two people from the Death Holy Land also had the same plan. Before the space crack appeared, one of them launched an attack. After hearing the sharp sound, Yi Xian's face became serious. In the next moment, his figure disappeared directly and then appeared behind the attacker. Bam! Coincidentally, the attacker's heavenly Tao punishment arrived. His soul was also obliterated and his whole body directly fell from the sky. You are too naive. I'll take it. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and put the corpse away. The Nether Holy Land and the Holy Land of Death were really generous. They did not hesitate to lose a loose immortal to obtain this Holy Leader badge. In the blink of an eye, 3 First Tribulation peak loose immortals had fallen. This shocked the surrounding people. Old Tree, Megatron, Ribs, kill him. At that moment, Yi Xian directly shouted in his heart. Immediately after, the Old Tree trio suddenly appeared and directly attacked the surviving loose immortal in the sacred land of death. Old Tree and the other two were only at the peak of LV9 of the heaven-reaching realm, so they were allowed to take action. Not only that, but Yi Xian, who had the Holy Leader token, suddenly had a thought. The next moment, the unrepairable spatial crack suddenly expanded, and another Yi Xian entered. Merge. Yi Xian fused with his second doppelganger at lightning speed, and his battle prowess increased by 20%. In the case of double fusion, his combat strength would increase by 70%, and triple fusion would increase by 90%. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. Do you want to start the tribulation? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, the surrounding vital qi of heaven and earth began to gather. In the Mystery Land, a simple attempt to pass the tribulation would fail. At this moment, Yi Xian was outside the Mystery Land. This was only an island in the Penglai Holy Land, so naturally, he could pass the tribulation. What? He's going to pass the tribulation? The surrounding people were shocked, and they quickly retreated. It was better to stay away from the tribulation of others, because the tribulation lightning of others would cause great harm to oneself. What is this kid trying to do? The surviving loose immortal in the Holy Land of Death was a little confused. At this moment, the Old Tree trio had already flashed in front of him. However, he was still a First Tribulation peak loose immortal. Even if he stood there and let the Old Tree trio attack him, they might not be able to break through his defense. Therefore, he decided to watch first. However, how would he know that Yi Xian had already refined the Holy Leader token the moment he obtained it? Not only that, even old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli did not expect it. They also did not know what Yi Xian was trying to do. Boom! At this moment, the immortal tribulation finally descended, directly striking Yi Xian's head. The loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death avoided the old tree trio and approached Yi Xian, because he thought that as long as Yi Xian died under the immortal tribulation, the Holy Leader token would be his. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's success rate of passing the immortal tribulation was 100%. Ding! The host has passed the immortal tribulation successfully. Ding! Because the passage to the immortal realm is closed, the system forces the host to disintegrate. Ding! The host has successfully disintegrated. The host is now a first tribulation loose immortal. After the system's notification, Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by several times. Sure enough, the system was forcing him to disintegrate. If the passage to the immortal realm was still open, Yi Xian could directly become a real immortal. One should know that a first immortal was equivalent to a third tribulation loose immortal, a second immortal was equivalent to a sixth tribulation loose immortal, and a third immortal was equivalent to a ninth tribulation loose immortal. As long as a ninth tribulation loose immortal passed the immortal tribulation again, he could directly become a fourth immortal, and no longer had to worry about the loose immortal tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. Now, Yi Xian had broken through, and with the help of the Holy Leader token, he could finally use his full strength. Ha ha ha, I've finally become a loose immortal. Yi Xian laughed a few times. Even without the Holy Leader token, he had a 100% success rate. It would be strange if he failed. Everyone was a little surprised. They felt that Yi Xian's immortal tribulation was too rushed. After all, the others had to choose the location and be fully prepared. However, when they saw that Yi Xian was safe and sound, they could not help but sigh in relief. As for the remaining 4 loose immortals of the Evil Path Holy Land, they would cry. Boy, I admit that I failed this time, but why did you let the 3 of them attack me? Do you think that they can hurt me? The loose immortal of the Holy Land of Death could not help but snort coldly. Of course not. Yi Xian shook his head, then took out the Holy Leader token again. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he activated it with his true qi. The next moment, his body was surrounded by a strange energy that gushed out of the Holy Leader token. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian was actually able to use the Holy Lord token. Didn't that mean that he'd already refined the Holy Lord token? The current master of the Penglai Holy Land was Yi Xian. What? Old immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, and the others were shocked. It had only been half a day since they received the news. During this half a day, Yi Xian had been traveling under everyone's eyes. How could he have refined the Holy Leader token? Oh no. Chapter 1645. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Xian had to undergo the tribulation on the spot. It was because Yi Xian had already refined the Sacred Leader token. As long as he successfully became an itinerant immortal, with the Sacred Leader token and the restrictions of the Sacred Leader token, no one present would be a match for Yi Xian. Let's go. The itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death immediately turned around and ran. He was prepared to open the spatial rift and return to the Penglai Sacred Land, then escape. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Die. Yi Xian remained calm and collected as he directly used his strongest trump card. Unicorn, descend. Boom. In an instant, the itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death was directly trampled by the flaming hoof. After breaking through to the first tribulation itinerant immortal realm, Yi Xian's strength had increased several times. Coupled with the Sacred Leader token support, his damage was simply explosive. With just one hoof, he seriously injured the peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Blarg. The itinerant immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really suffered a double loss. He originally wanted another person to kill Yi Xian, then he would take the Sacred Leader token. He did not expect that he would fail, and be utterly defeated. If that's the case, then let's die together. The itinerant immortal roared and directly attacked without hesitation. You are now like an ant in front of me. Yi Xian glared, and another unicorn hoof descended. This time, the itinerant immortal was directly killed. At the same time, his attack was already in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian, who had the sacred leader token and the power of the sacred land, easily defeated the attack. Even if he did not attack, the itinerant immortal would be punished by the heavenly Tao, and then his soul would be erased. However, the people he killed were able to obtain killing intent points. There were now 3 people left. I will also send you on your way. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly used the 3rd hoof of the unicorn. This hoof directly killed the itinerant immortal from the Nibbling Bones sacred land. This loose immortal was only an early stage first tribulation immortal. He was weaker than the 4 from the sacred land of death and nether sacred land. He was killed instantly. Currently, there was still a loose immortal from the evil sun holy land and immortal Qi Shui. Don't kill me, I am willing to submit. Immortal Qi Shui hastily said. I don't need a lackey like you. Yi Xian shook his head and started killing. Although immortal Qi Shui was only a mid-stage first tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian, who had the sacred master medallion, could easily kill him even without using his ultimate move. As for the other person, he was at the early stage of the first tribulation, so he naturally couldn't escape death. In less than 2 seconds, 2 more rogue immortal corpses appeared. The 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt path holy lands had all fallen. Although a few of them were punished to death by the heavenly Tao, they would have died at the hands of Yi Xian in the end even if they did not make a move. Yi Xian, who had the sacred leader token, was almost invincible in the Penglai sacred land. Unless he reacted by sacrificing himself to kill him, he was almost immortal. Everyone looked at the expanding spatial rifts and couldn't help but retreat. The space around them was unstable. Once a rogue immortal made a move, the spatial rifts couldn't be repaired by ordinary people. That was why they were punished by the heavenly Tao. Although the battle just now didn't last long, there were many spatial rifts left behind. If they were left alone, the entire Penglai sacred land would suffer. Yi Xian, repair the spatial rifts first. Old immortal Tian Ju hurriedly reminded. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and then used the sacred leader token again. Together with the Eye of Space, he quickly suppressed the spatial rifts and repaired them. These spatial rifts were left behind by the full-strength attacks of a peak first tribulation loose immortal. They were expanding very quickly. If not suppressed, they would engulf the entire Penglai sacred land and even affect the other sacred lands. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already the master of the Penglai sacred land. Repairing these spatial rifts was a piece of cake. Now that the 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt path holy lands were dead, the matter was considered over. I have already broken through to the rogue immortal realm. In 1,000 years, it will be time for me to undergo my second tribulation, Yi Xian thought to himself. 1,000 years was too long for him. Fortunately, he was very benevolent. As long as he could find a special treasure, he could shorten the time needed to undergo his tribulation. Among the spoils of war just now, there were many things that could shorten the time needed to undergo the tribulation. In total, it would take about 100 years. Once one became a rogue immortal, they would undergo the tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were only at the first tribulation rogue immortal realm, they still had to undergo it. If they failed, they would be struck by the tribulation and their soul would scatter. If they succeeded, they would become a second tribulation rogue immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to first break through to the first tribulation rogue immortal realm before using these treasures to reduce the time needed to undergo the tribulation, just in case. Now that he had undergone the tribulation, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor were only at the 9th stage ascension realm. Before old immortal Tian Ju could speak, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi changed again. This time, it was the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor who underwent the tribulation. As for Wei Zhentian, he was stuck at the 9th stage ascension realm because he was a weapon. Fortunately, he shared the same level as the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. As long as the Ghost Dome Great Emperor underwent the tribulation, he would also break through. Ayaya, you are actually undergoing the tribulation one after another. In that case, I won't hold back. Then, he tossed Shi Hui's head to Ren Feng and began to guide the heaven-earth Yuan Qi. He was actually undergoing the tribulation too. F***ck, I won't hide it anymore. Tribulation. At this moment, a demon elder who had broken through to the 9th stage ascension realm for 10,000 years shouted angrily. Undergoing the tribulation was not fun. Once the tribulation failed, one's soul would scatter. Moreover, the soul that was scattered by the tribulation could only be revived by the soul seed. Therefore, there was only one chance. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. Fortunately, the tribulation would not be affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation nearby. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. The old tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor each endured one. After the old tree mutated into the Ember of Lightning Fire, it was resistant to lightning attribute attacks. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was also half of the rock attribute. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation too. Ding! The Ember of Lightning Fire has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of First Tribulation Loose Immortal. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of First Tribulation Loose Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of First Tribulation Loose Immortal. However, this was not the end. A few of the Loose Immortals did not expect that they would die. Moreover, Loose Immortals could not be revived using soul seeds. Therefore, they would carry ordinary items with them. After the battle just now, all the good things fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of First Tribulation Loose Immortal. Ding! The Ember of Lightning Fire has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of First Tribulation Loose Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of First Tribulation Loose Immortal. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of First Tribulation Loose Immortal. Chapter 1646. A series of system notifications made Yi Xian a little confused. However, the feeling of his strength skyrocketing was really good. It's too scary. After feeling Yi Xian's aura, both Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li could not help but shudder. Just now, the four-peak First Tribulation itinerant immortals had similar strength to them, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian had directly broken through to the middle First Tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Even without the Sacred Leader token, he could probably kill them. In the Penglai Divine Land, Yi Xian was already an invincible existence. On the other side, Wayward's immortal tribulation had also landed. Following that, his aura skyrocketed. Father left a lot of vitality in my body. Even if I can't refine it all, it's enough for me to return to the peak directly. Wayward thought in his heart. His aura skyrocketed and soon stopped at the middle First Tribulation realm. As for the Demon Clan Elder, he had also successfully passed the immortal tribulation and cultivated to become an itinerant immortal. At this time, Yi Xian directly summoned Luo Luo and took out the Sacred Leader token. This is a good place. Just refine it directly. Yi Xian handed the Sacred Leader token to Luo Luo. Wait, at this time, Old Immortal Tianju suddenly interrupted. During the refining process, you can't use the Sacred Leader token. If the Sacred Land of Death sends a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it will be dangerous. Go to the Luguang Divine Land. Okay. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Old Immortal Tianju was the Sacred Land Master of the Luguang Divine Land. It would be safer for Luo Luo to refine it there. However, before that, Yi Xian first let Old Tree and the other two test it. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attacks would create a rapidly expanding space crack, and then they would be killed by the heavenly punishment. As for Wei Zhentian, no matter how he attacked, there would be no punishment, and he would not be able to break open the space crack. This made Yi Xian very surprised, but also very surprised. This meant that Wei Zhentian could disregard the punishment of the heavenly Tao and make a move on the minor hallowed grounds. If he had known about this earlier, Yi Xian could have directly transcended his tribulation. When the time came, Wei Zhentian would have been the one to deal with him. Things would have been much easier then. Yi Xian led everyone back to the Penglai sacred ground through the spatial crack in the Dragon Sparrow Fairy's spatial crack. During this period of time, Yi Xian's doppelganger had already uprooted all the strongholds of the 3 evil holy lands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the resources to break through to mid-stage first tribulation. After returning to the Penglai goblin race, old immortal Tianju used the Penglai goblin race's teleportation array and directly teleported to the Lu Guang Holy Land's Tianju Palace. In the glazed light Holy Land, as long as number 3 tribulation loose immortals came, no one would be a threat to Tianju Lao Xian. Moreover, which 3rd tribulation loose immortal would want to be punished by the heavenly Tao? One had to know that a soul seed could only be revived when one was below the heaven ascension realm. After becoming an itinerant immortal, death was certain once one's soul was destroyed. Moreover, even if his soul escaped, he wouldn't be able to revive as easily as a reaching heaven state. Although itinerant immortals had many restrictions, Yi Xian was not afraid of the itinerant immortal tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years due to the increase in his strength. Come to think of it. After arriving at the glazed light Holy Land's Tianju Palace, Yi Xian handed the Holy Leader token to Luoluo. Then, Luoluo began to refine it. This Holy Leader token previously belonged to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Now that Luoluo had obtained it, it would be relatively easier for her to refine it. Senior, now that Luoluo has completely refined the Demon Emperor's inheritance and this Holy Leader token, what are her chances of winning if she directly goes through the heavenly tribulation? Asked Yi Xian. Regarding this matter, I once went to look for an expert from the Life Holy Sect. He said that if Luoluo uses the Holy Leader token, she has about an 80% chance of winning, replied Tianju Lao Xian. Only 80%? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he wasn't very satisfied with this success rate. What he wanted was 100%. If she reverted to her original form, she might be able to reach 100%. Moreover, my wife is proficient in array formations. When she goes through the heavenly tribulation, it will be much easier to set up a defensive array formation. Tianju Lao Xian emphasized the words heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was not an immortal tribulation. The immortal tribulation had to land on the person going through it. Only with their own strength could they pass it. Luoluo's heavenly tribulation didn't need to land on the person going through it. She could just block it. Although outsiders couldn't help, the array formation that Luoluo set up and the divine abilities that she learned could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. Oh right, after breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, there is still the tribulation transcendence pill. It can increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for Luoluo. With this, Luoluo would have no problem passing the heavenly tribulation. Although the Holy Leader token used to belong to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, it still took Luoluo half a month to refine this Holy Leader token. After half a month, Luoluo successfully refined this Holy Leader token. Then, everyone returned to the Penglai sacred ground. At this moment, Luoluo could borrow the power of the sacred ground. Grandpa, big brother, when will I be able to fully unlock the inheritance memories? Luoluo asked Yi Xian and Tianju in the Penglai Sacred Grounds Plaza. There's no rush. Let's make all the preparations first. You can set up a defensive array formation here, old immortal Tianju said. His wife, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, was an array master. Although she was only a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal, the array formation would still be effective at this time. Luoluo responded and started to set up the array formation in the inheritance memories. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, other people's array formations were useless against the heavenly tribulation. They would be destroyed instantly. However, Luolua's array formations were set up by her, so they could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. In the end, Luoluo set up a total of 7 layers of array formations. Luoluo, take this pill before the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian spent a large amount of super-devouring crystals to exchange for a heavenly tribulation pill and threw it over. Luoluo caught the heavenly tribulation pill and turned to look at someone. It was Hu Xing, who Yi Xian had brought over from the land of reincarnation. She had already reincarnated 9 times and had parents in every life. However, Hu Xing was Luoluo's parent in her first life. She naturally had to come over when Luoluo was going through the heavenly tribulation. It's about time. I'll go and awaken her inheritance memories. Old immortal Tianju said to Yi Xian and walked over. As long as he awakened Luoluo's inheritance memories, the heavenly loathing fox bloodline in her body would be fully activated. At that time, she would welcome the heavenly tribulation. When Luoluo saw old immortal Tianju walking towards her, she stuffed the heavenly tribulation pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Yi Xian watched as old immortal Tianju approached Luoluo and placed his withered hand on Luoluo's head. Luoluo was not a treasure. Once she failed the heavenly tribulation, her soul would scatter. Chapter 1647. Fortunately, Luoluo and Yi Xian had formed a master and servant blood contract. Luoluo was the same as Old Tree and the other 2 and could double her strength. At this moment, old immortal Tianju's palm suddenly emitted a stream of true qi into Luoluo's head. In the next moment, Luoluo's eyes suddenly widened and 2 rays of light shot out from them. Inherited memories were completely unlocked. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out and shocked everyone in the surroundings. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline was completely awakened. Luoluo also awakened the memories of her previous 8 lives. She remembered Yi Xian, Hu Xing, Old Tree, and the others. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather rapidly and the terrifying aura spread out again. Seeing this, old immortal Tianju quickly dodged. Luoluo also made a hand seal and activated the 7 layers of defense array. Then, she turned into her original form. She was originally from the Fox Charm clan. After her reincarnation, she became a fox demon. Now that she had completely unlocked the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, she was still a demon. However, her original form was the golden 9-tailed heavenly loathing fox. Luoluo's new fox demon was not bad, but it was far inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. The heavenly tribulation was almost done gathering and could fall at any time. Luoluo held the sacred leader token in her hand and prepared for the heavenly tribulation. Old Tree, the 3 of you go and try. Yi Xian quickly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. He wanted the 3 itinerant immortals to try blocking the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Just as the 3 of them were in position, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. The heavenly tribulation was coming. This heavenly tribulation contained terrifying power. It directly struck Luoluo, who had turned into the heavenly loathing fox. At the same time, Wei Zhentian and the other 2 lined up from top to bottom and went up to face the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's plan was to let the 3 of them block the heavenly tribulation's power, but it was useless. Ding! Wei Zhentian died. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor died. Ding! Ashen Thunderfire has died. The tribulation lightning pierced through Wei Zhentian, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and the Old Tree's bodies one after another. Moreover, its power did not weaken at all. Don't forget that Luoluo's current tribulation was at the peak of heaven completion stage level 9. Compared to Hu Xing's tribulation, she was countless times stronger. Boom! In the end, the tribulation lightning struck Luoluo's formation. This formation had Luoluo's genuine qi on it, so it was approved by the heavenly tribulation. However, this 7-layer formation still couldn't block the tribulation lightning. The 7 layers of formations were broken one after another, but it also had the effect of weakening the tribulation lightning. When the tribulation lightning landed on Lualua's body, it only had 2/3 of its original power left. Boom! In the end, the tribulation lightning still struck Lualua's body. The overbearing lightning instantly spread out. Lualua's main body couldn't help but let out a low roar. All her hair stood on end, and her entire body trembled as if she was enduring pain. Seeing this, Yi Xian, old immortal Tianju, and Hu Xing, could only watch helplessly. This was because the heavenly tribulation was Lualua's matter alone, and others couldn't interfere. When the tribulation lightning struck her body, Luoluo had already used the Holy Leader Order. In addition to the Peak of Heaven completion stage level 9, the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and other factors, Luoluo successfully received this attack. Ding! Luoluo successfully passed the tribulation. Ding! Luoluo forcibly disintegrated. She is currently at the early stage of 1 tribulation scattered immortal. These 2 system notifications surprised Yi Xian. Luoluo had passed the heavenly tribulation, not the immortal tribulation. How did she break through to the scattered immortal realm? However, this was no longer important because Luoluo had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, and he didn't have to worry about it in the future. Yay! Young master, mother, I passed the heavenly tribulation. Luoluo immediately turned into her human form and jumped into Hu Xing's arms. For today, everyone had put in a lot of effort, and things had finally come to a successful conclusion. Good, it's good that you passed it. Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, not only had Luoluo passed the heavenly tribulation, but she had also broken through to the itinerant immortal realm. Moreover, all of her inherited memories had been unlocked, which was worthy of celebration. However, there was still no news of Luoluo's father, which was a pity. For this, Yi Xian also ran all over the 100 Beasts realm, using his spiritual sense to search all the Fox clan members, but he couldn't find any clues. Perhaps Luoluo's father had already fallen, or perhaps he had reincarnated. Since things were over, then the Penglai Demon Clan's Holy Leader Order should be handed over to Fairy Luli. Yi Xian took the Holy Leader Order from Luoluo, then found Fairy Luli, ready to fulfill his previous promise. Fairy Luli had spent a lot of heavenly treasures to nurture him, and now he wanted to use the Holy Leader Order as a reward. However, when Yi Xian came to the colored glass sacred mountain and found Fairy Luli, he found that Headstrong was also there. TSK, kid, keep this Holy Leader Order first. Headstrong directly smiled at Yi Xian. What, why? Yi Xian heard this and asked in surprise. Headstrong suddenly looked at Fairy Luli and said, Next, I have a plan that you will definitely be interested in. What plan? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Keep this Penglai Holy Leader Order first. From now on, you are the master of the Penglai Holy Ground. As for your promise to me, you can use the Holy Leader Order of other holy grounds to repay it. Fairy Luli said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and didn't react for a moment. Simply put, go and get another Holy Leader Order. Headstrong explained. Go get another one. Where do you go? Yi Xian asked. Of course, it's those evil holy grounds. Some holy grounds only have mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortals as their masters, Headstrong continued. But, I am also an itinerant immortal now. If I make a move in the other holy grounds, my soul will fly. When Yi Xian said this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he suddenly realized. If a itinerant immortal attacked in a holy ground, his soul would scatter. However, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jintian could be resurrected even if they died. You stupid pig, you only realized now? Headstrong rolled his eyes, looking slightly helpless. Indeed, the old tree and the other two were Yi Xian's treasures, and they also had the attribute of immortality. Yi Xian actually asked about this. As long as the old tree and the other two attacked, even if the heavenly Tao punished them, it would only punish the old tree and the other two. Even if the old tree and the other two died, he could continue to resurrect them, then those holy grounds. TSK. Hee, there are many evil holy grounds. I have drawn up a route for you. Headstrong suddenly grinned with a crafty look. You were talking about this plan before? Yi Xian asked. That's right. Chapter 1648. So I'll help you kill the lords of those holy lands and give you the Holy Lord token? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Land is only a peak first tribulation bodiless immortal. As long as you kill him, you'll get another Holy Master token. You can return it to Lu Li. As for me, I want the sky-piercing treasure map. Headstrong said slowly. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Sky-piercing treasure map. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Ground actually had a sky-piercing treasure map. That evil Buddha was originally a personal disciple of our Buddhist sect's Holy Land's Venerable Buddha. Later, he borrowed the Venerable Buddha's sky-piercing treasure map on the pretext of comprehending it. He then left the Buddhist sect's Holy Land and finally became the master of the Holy Land of Xiayang Holy Land, Fairy Lu Li said. I see. Yi Xian also understood. Evil Buddha had stolen the sky-piercing treasure map. Now, Fairy Lu Li and Headstrong wanted to use it to destroy evil Sun Holy Land and the other evil Holy Lands. That's a good plan, but evil Buddha is a peak first tribulation scattered immortal and has the Holy Lord token. He won't be easy to kill. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and said directly. Don't worry, my father is very rich. Headstrong said with a smile. As long as you agree, a large amount of treasures will be sent over in a few days. Your Buddhist Holy Land and Life Holy Land want to use this to clean up the evil Holy Lands? Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. Headstrong nodded. Of course. It's best to clean up Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land too. But it's more difficult. After all, they're large holy lands. Large holy land space was more stable. Even third tribulation scattered immortals could attack, so it was not so easy to destroy them. However, if Yi Xian attacked small holy lands, these two large holy lands would have no way to stop him. In that case, no problem. It's like you're paying me to help clean up the evil holy lands. Yi Xian grinned. He was still worried about not having a place to level up. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Headstrong smiled again. Okay, then I'll go back immediately and write me a list of what you need. No problem. At that moment, Yi Xian wrote down what he needed. After breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, he still had 1,000 years before his first itinerant immortal tribulation. If he wanted to speed up, he would need special treasures of heaven and earth. Fortunately, as long as he devoured them alone, Luo Luo, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's itinerant celestial tribulation would be shortened. Since he wanted to work with Capricious, it would be safer for him to break through to the second tribulation scattered immortal stage. Of course, just having a treasure of heaven and earth that could shorten the time of the itinerant immortal tribulation was not enough. One also needed to have the strength to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, one would be obliterated by the itinerant immortal tribulation. He willfully left the Penglai sacred land and returned to the Life sacred land. In less than 2 days, he returned, and at the same time, he brought back a lot of good things. These things can be exchanged for the Holy Leader tokens of Xiayang, Blood Fiend, and Corroding Bone Holy Lands. Capricious went straight to the point. Yi Xian checked and turned pale with fright. He immediately replied, no problem. In this interspatial ring, there were a large number of natural treasures. In addition, there was something that was beyond his expectations. The corpse of a devourer beast. Capricious had actually brought a devourer beast corpse for Yi Xian. This was an extremely rare item that could give Yi Xian 1 devourer point. The 3 holy lands of the evil path? No problem. Yi Xian grinned and threw the good things into his devourer space. Alright, then you go and prepare. Let me know when you're done. I'll go too. Capricious grinned. No problem. Yi Xian immediately agreed and found a quiet place in the colored glass sacred mountain. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding! Lightning embers has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding! Host has devoured a devourer beast corpse. Host has obtained 1 devourer point. A series of system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. However, Yi Xian didn't continue because Luo Luo was still in the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. If Yi Xian shortened the duration of the itinerant immortal tribulation, wouldn't Luo Luo be in trouble? Therefore, Yi Xian gave the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation to Luo Luo and let her cultivate in the planting space. After the plantation space changed, the flow of time could be adjusted. Luo Luo cultivated in it for 10 days, but only 1 day passed in the outside world. Moreover, Luo Luo possessed the heaven-loathed fox bloodline. She could absorb and refine the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Even if she didn't use natural treasures, just absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth in the plantation space would increase her cultivation by a lot. In just 3 days, Luo Luo broke through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the peak of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. Of course, she cultivated in the plantation space for 30 days. However, this was shocking enough. One had to know that other people would need at least 1,000 years to break through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the middle stage. In this world, she was the only one who had fully awakened the heaven-loathed fox bloodline. After the breakthrough, it wouldn't be a problem for Luo Luo to deal with the itinerant immortal tribulation with her own strength. Okay, let's start the tribulation. Somewhere in the colored glass sacred mountain, Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. At this time, his success rate was 100%, so there wouldn't be any accidents. The itinerant immortal tribulation was different from the previous immortal tribulations. It was affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation, so it could only be done one by one. Yi Xian went first. He directly attracted the elemental energy of heaven and earth and gathered it above his head. This time, he was going to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulation, which was much more powerful than the previous immortal tribulation. The changes it caused shocked many people. At this time, Fairy Lu Li and Headstrong in the colored glass sacred mountain both discovered it. This is the itinerant immortal tribulation. Yi Xian is actually going to undergo the tribulation? Headstrong was shocked. Fairy Lu Li was also shocked. Although she was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, she didn't have 100% confidence in passing the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, Yi Xian was even earlier than her. One should know that Yi Xian was only a first-tier Ascension Realm LV1 a month ago. This kid is really bold. Others delay the itinerant immortal tribulation, but he actually triggered it in advance. If he really passes it, won't he become a second tribulation itinerant immortal? Headstrong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but admire him. However, as long as Yi Xian passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it would be easy for him to deal with the lords of those evil holy lands. Boom! At this time, the tribulation lightning in the distance fell and struck Yi Xian's head. Chapter 1649. Ding! Host has successfully passed the tribulation. Host is now a second tribulation scattered immortal. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. At this moment, his realm was the highest in the Penglai sacred land. This colored glazed treasure body is really good. Otherwise, the success rate of passing the tribulation would be less than 100%. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. After the colored glazed treasure body reached the 6th stage, it needed the best colored glaze. However, there was enough to exchange for it. Therefore, Yi Xian had already reached the 7th stage, the same as Fairy Lu Li. Right at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew over from the distance. Needless to say, they were naturally Fairy Lu Li and willful. They looked at Yi Xian in astonishment, finding it hard to accept. Headstrong swallowed his saliva and said, "You passed?" "Yes, I'm now a second tribulation scattered immortal." Yi Xian nodded. "That's so scary. I thought you were going to make a move. I didn't expect you to pass the tribulation first." Headstrong sighed. "No rush. Let's pass the tribulation first." Yi Xian grinned. This time, he had other plans. His goal was not limited to the evil sacred land. Fairy Luli was speechless. After all, only a month had passed. She could not imagine that Yi Xian, who was only a first-stage ascension realm a month ago, had now surpassed her in realm. Before she could say anything, the vitality of heaven and earth changed again. This time, it was the old tree's tribulation. Again? Headstrong was shocked. Although the old tree had a contract with Yi Xian, it did not seem to work in the scattered immortal realm, so he had to pass the tribulation himself. Soon, the scattered immortal tribulation descended. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on the old tree. The old tree easily withstood the lightning and passed the tribulation successfully. Ding! Lightning Ember passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Next was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. Therefore, after he successfully transcended the tribulation, Wei Zhentian also broke through. However, this was not the end. "Luo Luo, don't forget to use the Holy Leader token," Yi Xian said to Luo Luo in her mind. "Yes." Luo Luo nodded and took out the Holy Leader token. Previously, Yi Xian gave the Holy Master token to Fairy Luli, but Fairy Luli rejected it and prepared to cooperate with Yi Xian. Therefore, Luo Luo was still the Holy Master of the Penglai Holy Land. With the Holy Leader medallion, Yi Xian was no longer worried. Boom! Soon, the fourth itinerant immortal tribulation descended. Luo Luo, who had already transformed into the heavenly loathing fox, bore the brunt of the attack. Ding! Luo Luo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early-stage second tribulation scattered celestial. Luo Luo had also passed the first itinerant celestial tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant celestial. Yi Xian and the other three directly transcended tribulations one after another, which frightened Fairy Luli and Capricious. Forget about Yi Xian and Luo Luo. One was a monster, while the other was the first heavenly loathing fox to transcend a heavenly tribulation. Old Shu's strength was also very strong, and he wasn't inferior to Yi Xian in the slightest. However, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, a heavenly beast, had become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. This was unacceptable to Capricious. This Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be a false immortal beast now. Capricious could not help but think to himself. A false immortal beast was a heavenly beast of the itinerant immortal level. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Capricious was now a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal. He might not even be able to defeat a weapon like Wei Zhentian. Alright, we've all become second tribulation itinerant immortals. Now, it's time to act. Yi Xian grinned. Not to mention second tribulation itinerant immortals, even first tribulation itinerant immortals could not fight in the small holy land. However, this time, he had taken advantage of a loophole. If Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked in the small sacred land, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao and killed. However, because they could resurrect infinitely, they could resurrect again and again even if they were killed every time they attacked. Who in the small sacred land was a match for them? Good, let's go now. Capricious eyes lit up. There's no teleportation formation between the righteous sacred land and the evil sacred land. Those who came to Penglai sacred land before all crossed the sea, so it's the same for us. After saying that, Capricious took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. This is a map of the sea. Xiaoyang's sacred land is right next to Penglai's sacred land. It's quite close. As long as we reach Xiaoyang's sacred land, we can directly teleport to Blood Fiend's sacred land or Nibbling's sacred land, right? Yi Xian asked. Yes, we just need to cross the sea once. Capricious nodded. In that case, let's set off immediately. Without another word, Yi Xian copied the map of the sea area into the book. Then, he went through the teleportation formation in colored glass sacred mountain and teleported to Penglai's sacred land, which was close to Xiaoyang's sacred land. Although the sea didn't belong to any sacred land, anyone who attacked in the sea would be punished by the heavenly Tao. However, they could still fly. After all, they didn't attack. As for Fairy Luli and Capricious, they were kept in Yi Xian's planting space and were enjoying the tenfold cultivation speed. Now, the Yuan Qi in the planting space was no less than Penglai's sacred land. Because of the speed of the space flow, Capricious wanted to stay in the planting space permanently. Lua was also cultivating in the planting space. However, because she was now a second tribulation scattered immortal and Capricious heaven and earth treasures were almost used up, her cultivation speed was a little slow. Yi Xian rushed at full speed and arrived at Xiaoyang's sacred land after a day. Then, he flew directly to the center of Xiaoyang's sacred land. The sacred land master of Xiaoyang's sacred land, Evil Buddha, was only a peak first tribulation scattered immortal. He couldn't even beat Wei Zhentian, let alone Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree. Yi Xian was now a second tribulation scattered immortal. His spiritual sense, killer instinct, and eye of perception could cover almost 1/5 of Xiaoyang's sacred land. There were still some scattered immortals in Xiaoyang's sacred land, but they were all gathered in the center. Yi Xian sensed them before he arrived. A peak first tribulation scattered immortal, found you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he flew directly to the center of Xiaoyang's sacred land. At this time, the scattered immortals in the center of Xiaoyang's sacred land finally sensed them. Who is a second tribulation scattered immortal? A bald man raised his eyebrows. He sensed that Yi Xian's aura was very strange, but he was just a little surprised. After all, they were in Xiaoyang's sacred land and he was the sacred land master. Even a second tribulation scattered immortal couldn't defeat him. Chapter 1650. May I ask who you are? The bald man flew into the sky and shouted. Yi Xian looked at him and confirmed his identity. This bald man was Evil Buddha, the disciple of the Buddha of the Holy Land of the Buddhist sect. He was also the lord of the Holy Land of Xiaoyang Holy Land. Destroy his body first. Yi Xian said in his mind. Old Tree and the other two immediately came out of the planting space. Old Tree's appearance caught Evil Buddha off guard, but the more shocking thing was yet to come. 9 dragons thunder flash. Old Tree flashed and appeared behind Evil Buddha, then punched out. Bang! This thunder fire fist directly blasted through Evil Buddha's neck, separating his head from his body. Then, Old Tree was also punished by the heavenly Tao and was obliterated. Ding, Ember of Thunder Fire is dead. Ding, Ember of Thunder Fire is resurrected. Although Evil Buddha was the lord of the Holy Land, he was only a 1 tribulation scattered immortal after all. Facing Old Tree who was a 2 tribulation scattered immortal, even with the Holy Master token, he could not defeat him. Moreover, Old Tree had taken Evil Buddha by surprise and ambushed him. How could Evil Buddha expect that someone would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to kill him? In an instant, Evil Buddha was left with only his head. Then, his body and the interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned and released Wayward and Fairy Luli. At the same time, he took out a token from the interspatial ring. The Holy Master token of Xiaoyang Holy Land. Ding! The host has refined the Holy Master token of Xiaoyang Holy Land and become the Lord of Xiaoyang Holy Land. A system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian could make a move on Xiaoyang Holy Land. Evil Buddha, who only had 1 head left, stared blankly at Yi Xian, unable to accept the fact that he only had 1 head left. After a while, he asked, "You, who are you?" After refining the Holy Master token, Yi Xian continued to search the interspatial ring, but did not find the so-called heavenly treasure map. "Headstrong, I didn't find the heavenly treasure map," Yi Xian said as he tossed the interspatial ring to Headstrong. "Impossible, he must have stolen the Supreme Buddha's heavenly treasure map." He willfully checked himself again. Now, Evil Buddha knew the other party's purpose for coming. It turned out that they were here for the Heavenspan treasure map. Previously, Yi Xian did not use the Soul Eye because he had not refined the Holy Leader token. Although it was a soul attack, he did not dare to try it because he was afraid of being punished by the Heavenly Tao. However, he had refined the Holy Master's badge. Thus, he was able to use it. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. Ding. Control successful. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian subdued Evil Buddha. Though Evil Buddha had lived for more than 10,000 years, Yi Xian was one realm higher than him. "Where did you put the heavenly treasure map?" Yi Xian asked Evil Buddha. "I have already given the heavenly treasure map to the Emperor of Death." Evil Buddha replied directly. "What?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Willful. "He was subdued by you?" Willful asked in astonishment. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. In that case, Evil Buddha was telling the truth. Who would have thought that the heavenly treasure map was in the hands of the Emperor of Death? This was troublesome. The Emperor of Death was the master of the Holy Land of Death. Now that Evil Buddha had given the heavenly treasure map to the Emperor of Death, there was no hope for him to get it. Forget it. Since the heavenly treasure map is in the hands of the Emperor of Death, then we don't need it. Willful sighed and said, "All right." Yi Xian nodded, then directly killed the Evil Buddha with a single strike. Once the soul of a rogue immortal was destroyed, he would die. When the experts of the Xiaoyang Holy Land saw that Evil Buddha was killed, they were so frightened that they scattered. "You want to leave?" "Not so easy." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly caught up with the rogue immortals and subdued them with the Soul Eye. The Xiaoyang Holy Land was considered a good place among the small holy lands. If all the resources were gathered, it would be a considerable amount of income. Now that Yi Xian was the master of the Xiaoyang Holy Land, he could do whatever he wanted in the Holy Land. He directly ordered the experts under his command to eliminate the evil forces. As for the rogue immortals of the Xiaoyang Holy Land, they survived because they were subdued by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian quickly used the teleportation formation in the Xiaoyang Holy Land to teleport to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Then, he used the same method to kill the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, and obtained the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master token. Then, it was the Nibbling Holy Land and the other 4 slightly smaller evil Holy Lands. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian had seized all 7 of the evil Dao Holy Lands. And he was the master of the 7 Holy Lands. At the same time, he directly broke through to the intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian reached the peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Luo Luo needed to cultivate, so she was slightly slower. She was the same as Yi Xian, intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. Even after 2 days, the news had not spread. In order to fulfill his promise, Yi Xian gave the Evil Sun Holy Land's master token to Fairy Luli, and the Blood Fiend Holy Land and the Nibbling Holy Land's master tokens were given to Headstrong. As for the remaining 4 master tokens, he kept them. If he added the Penglai Holy Land's master token, he would have 5. However, Yi Xian was not ready to give up because he had another plan. That was the Temporal Island. Previously, when he obtained one of Shi Wuya's Eyes of Time, the planting space had undergone a change, and the Temporal Island Lord had another one. If he had a pair of Eyes of Time, perhaps the planting space's effects would be even better. The Temporal Island Lord was a peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal and the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land. Even a 3 Tribulation Rogue Immortal would not be able to kill him in one hit. Therefore, as long as he did not come out of the Temporal Island, no one could do anything to him. At this time, in a wicked holy land. Headstrong, did the temporal island lord offend your life holy sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, he killed someone in my life holy sect. The person who died was the child of one of my life holy sect's elders, so he was hunted down by my life holy sect and holed up in the temporal island. Headstrong nodded. What if I help you get rid of him? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. You want to go to the temporal island? When Caprice heard this, he was very surprised and said, Shi Jin is the master of the temporal island's holy land, and he is a peak second tribulation loose immortal. On the temporal island, even a 3 tribulation loose immortal might not be able to beat him. I know that. Yi Xian nodded. Then how do you want to win? Headstrong asked, puzzled. Shi Wuya holed up in the temporal island. Even his father could not do anything to him, so it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to kill Shi Wuya. Chapter 1651. Since it won't work, I'll use these 5 holy leader tokens to lure him out. Yi Xian suddenly took out the 5 holy leader tokens. One of them was the Penglai Holy Land's holy leader token. Even the Holy Land's lord would be tempted by these 5 holy leader tokens. After all, if someone wanted to undergo tribulation in the future, they could refine the holy leader token of the small holy land first. That way, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Yi Xian was 80% confident that he could use these 5 holy leader tokens to lure the temporal island lord out. When the time came, he could launch a sneak attack and perhaps kill the temporal island lord instantly. 5 holy leader tokens. Wayward swallowed his saliva. If he added Xiaoyang, Shuesha, and Shigu holy leader tokens, he would have 8 tokens. Thinking about it this way, the temporal island lord might really come out. The temporal island was too small, not even 1/5 of the Penglai Holy Land. He could cover it with his spiritual sense. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Wayward nodded. If he could get rid of the temporal island lord, it would be good. If the temporal island lord succeeded in his tribulation and became a 3 tribulation loose immortal, then he would be able to wreak havoc in the Holy Land. If we can get rid of the temporal island lord, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. Wayward said. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yi Xian nodded. He then checked the sea region map and confirmed the location of the temporal island. Then, he quickly took action. This time, his plan was to use the 5 holy leader tokens to lure the temporal island lord out. Then, the old tree trio would deal with him. Every time Old Shu and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao. But don't forget, Wei Jintian wouldn't be punished. As long as the temporal island lord came out, Wei Jintian could directly use the sword storm to kill him. As the temporal island and the other holy lands did not have a transmission array, Yi Xian still had to hurry. He first transmitted to a holy land of the righteous Tao, then flew through the sea region. After traveling at full speed for about a day and a half, he finally saw the temporal island. Although the island of time and space was small, it was still considered a holy land. The island master was a 2nd tribulation individual immortal. His spiritual sense could cover the entire island. If Yi Xian stepped in, he would probably be attacked directly. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. This was because the temporal island was so small. Even if Shi Xian attacked, the attack range would be very small. Yi Xian approached the temporal island and shouted, Shi Jin, come out. The sound was deafening, enough to spread throughout the Isle of Time. There weren't many people living on the Spacetime Island, and they were all from the Shi family. When they heard someone calling out the Grand Elder's name, they immediately rushed out. What a powerful aura. Could it be a 2nd tribulation scattered immortal? The few loose immortals from the Shi clan raised their eyebrows, and those 9th-tier heaven ascension cultivators who were about to make a move shuddered. 2nd tribulation loose immortals, only holy lands have them. Could it be that they were from the life's sacred land? Just as they were surprised, a middle-aged man flew up into the sky, and then everyone retreated. The newcomer was none other than Shi Jin from the Isle of Time and Space. Who are you? Shi Jin couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Xian's unfamiliar face. You don't need to know who I am. I just want to know, do you want these things? After saying this, Yi Xian took out 5 Holy Leader medallions from his devouring space. When they saw the 5 Holy Leader medallions, Shi Jin and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, it's actually the Holy Leader medallions, and 5 at that. What's going on? How could this person have 5 Holy Leader medallions? How could he take out 5 Holy Leader medallions at once? This must be fake. Everyone in the Shi clan expressed their doubts. After all, this was really too shocking. However, the Holy Leader medallions were unique in this world. Shi Jin could clearly sense that these 5 Holy Leader medallions were real. 5 Holy Leader medallions in one person's possession was very unlikely. Who are you? Shi Jin couldn't help but ask. I said, you don't need to know who I am. If you want these 5 Holy Leader medallions, then come with me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. Shi Jin's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian's temptation was too obvious. However, those 5 Holy Leader medallions were indeed real. If he obtained them, he wouldn't have to hide on the temporal island anymore. He would be able to move freely between the 6 holy lands. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow him. On the temporal island, he could use the Holy Leader medallions. However, outside, he couldn't do anything. The temporal island was surrounded by the sea. Even if someone ambushed him, he wouldn't be afraid. He was Second Sister's Peak Luz Celestial. Under the circumstances that he didn't use the Holy Leader medallions, even if a 3 Tribulation Luz Celestial sacrificed himself to ambush him, they might not succeed. Which 3 Tribulation Luz Celestial would dare to do this? After all, he had only killed the child of an elder. It wasn't to the point where he would fight to the death. When he thought of this, he followed him. He wanted to see what tricks Yi Xian had up his sleeve. In front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw Shi Jin follow him out. The first step of his plan had already been accomplished. As long as he lured Shi Jin away from the temporal island, he could directly make his move. After rushing for half a minute, Yi Xian finally stopped. What are you trying to do? Shi Jin asked in surprise as he looked at Yi Xian. However, in the next instant, Yi Xian's actions shocked him. Yi Xian actually directly threw the 5 Holy Leader medallions in his hand to him one by one. What? Shi Jin was stunned. These were 5 Holy Leader medallions. How could he just give them away so casually? He caught the first Holy Leader medallion and examined it. Sure enough, it was real. Then, the second Holy Leader medallion, and the third. However, when he reached the 4th Holy Leader medallion, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he sensed 2 auras that were not inferior to theirs in the slightest. They were Peak 2 Tribulation Luz Celestials. Before he could clearly see who they were, the other party made a move. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Grasp of the Underworld. 2 extremely powerful control skills directly landed on Shi Jin, binding him so tightly that he couldn't move. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked together. Although these 2 skills didn't tear through space, they were still punished by the Heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao's punishment varied in strength. Hence, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor weren't directly obliterated like before. Huh, you're dead meat. Old Tree grinned and then directly used a powerful skill. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also directly used a powerful skill. Sword Blade Storm. Although Shi Jin had already left the temporal island, he could only defend and couldn't attack. However, just in case, Yi Xian had already used his trump card. Shi Jin had the Eye of Space, but he couldn't break through space to leave now. If he attacked, he would also be punished by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1652. Not to mention the Blade Storm, just the 9 Dragon Sky Howl was enough to blast Shi Jin's body apart, leaving only his head behind. Then, the Blade Storm quickly swept over, turning Shi Jin's head into a sieve. Ding! Lightning Embers has died. Ding! Lightning embers has revived. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. The temporal island lord, Shi Jin, had fallen. Yi Xian immediately rushed over, took the temporal island lord's yin and yang ring, and refined the divine leader token inside. However, the most important thing was that he had finally obtained the temporal island lord's eye of time and spatial eye. Ding. Host has devoured an eye of time. The system notification sounded. The temporal island lord had given his son an eye of time, but it was taken away by Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had obtained another one, they were finally paired. In an instant, he saw a change in the planting space. The adjustment of the flow of space was not increased to 20 times, but 30 times. A day in the planting space was equivalent to a month in the outside world. This was so awesome that he had no friends. As expected of the eye of time, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The flow of space had increased by 3 times. Although it did not have much of an effect on him, it was a divine weapon for others. Most importantly, Luo Luo had the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, so she could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth on her own. Cultivating in the planting space for 30 days was equivalent to several years of cultivation for others. With the combination of these two, Luo Luo's cultivation speed would not be able to keep up with Yi Xian's. Then, Yi Xian took back the 5 divine leader tokens from before. Now, he was the leader of 5 sacred lands. Including Luo Luo's Penglai sacred land, he had 6 sacred lands. At this time, Yi Xian released Wayward from the planting space. When Wayward saw Shi Jin's corpse, he was shocked. He did not expect Yi Xian to succeed. Amazing, amazing. Wayward did not know how to describe his feelings at this time. After a pause, he said, "Now that you are the leader of the temporal island, you can control the temporal island. However, I have a request. You want to use the array formation on the temporal island?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. There was a time array on the spacetime island. Cultivating for 2 years inside the spacetime island was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Well, although it's not as good as your space, it's still pretty good. Caprice nodded. This time array is only 2 times faster, but my space is 30 times faster. When the time comes, I will directly create an entrance in your life saint sect, and you can let people in to cultivate. Yi Xian said. What? You can build an entrance? Caprice was surprised. Previously, he thought that only Yi Xian could get people in. Now that there was an entrance, it was much more convenient. Cultivating inside for 30 days was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Who wouldn't want to cultivate inside? My space is about 1/5 the size of the Penglai sacred land. Although it's not as big as the sacred land, it's enough for cultivation. I can open up an area for you inside, Yi Xian said. Thank you so much. Caprice laughed out loud. At this time, Yi Xian said, of course, if you can improve the environment inside, you might be able to increase the flow of time even more. Now that the planted space had been upgraded to level 6, and with the mutation of the eyes of time, the flow of time could be increased by 30 times. Moreover, the flow of time would be affected by the level of the planted space. If it was upgraded to level 7, the flow of time would increase again. No problem. When the time comes, I'll plant more flowers of life. Caprice's eyes lit up. Let's go back to the Life Saint sect with me. However, before that, Yi Xian still went to control the loose immortals on the temporal island and made a huge profit. Unfortunately, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of the second tribulation loose immortal realm. Because there was no transmission array on the temporal island, they had to continue on their way. After a day and a half, they returned to the small sacred land from before and used the transmission array to return to the Penglai demon race. At this time, Luo Luo had already cultivated in the planted space for 50 days and directly broke through to peak second tribulation loose immortal. In the planted space, Fairy Glaze also refined the sacred leader token of the Xiayang sacred land and left. Then, Yi Xian and Caprice used the transmission array to teleport to the glazed light sacred land, and finally to the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect was a large sacred land and its space was very stable. Once there, Yi Xian could make his move. With Caprice leading the way, Yi Xian passed through more than 10 spatial rifts and finally arrived at the Life Saint sect. There were hundreds of loose immortals in the Life Saint sect, and there were even a few 3 tribulation loose immortals. Before Yi Xian even entered, he could already feel waves of powerful auras. With Caprice leading the way, Yi Xian entered the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect had a mix of races, but mainly the Platinum Sacred Light Dragon clan and humans. The current sect master of the Life Saint sect was a human who became a loose immortal after cultivating for only 200 years. He was now a 3 tribulation loose immortal. As for Caprice's father, he was the Grand Elder of the Life Saint sect and a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. Caprice led Yi Xian directly to the Life Saint mountain and found his father. What surprised Yi Xian was that Caprice's father looked very similar, like twins. This must be little friend Yi Xian who has recently become popular in the various sacred lands. Caprice's father, Ren Xiong, said with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. Before Caprice returned, he had already informed Ren Xiong of the matter. The latter did not waste time and directly took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "This time, you helped the Life Saint sect get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, as well as the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and the Bone Erosion Sacred Land. This is what you deserve," said Ren Xiong. Yi Xian naturally did not refuse. He directly accepted the interspatial ring and checked it. Good heavens, there were a lot of things inside, enough for him to break through and even undergo tribulation. "Thank you, senior." Yi Xian thanked him. "This is what you deserve. Also, I want to ask, what are you going to do with the remaining sacred lands?" Ren Xiong asked curiously. Yi Xian naturally understood Ren Xiong's meaning and asked in return, "Senior, are you interested?" Ren Xiong smiled awkwardly and said, "If possible, I can represent the Life Saint sect and buy the sacred leader tokens in your hands." Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but pause. Now, apart from the Penglai sacred land, he still had 5 sacred leader tokens. "If senior is interested, I only need to leave the Temporal Island sacred leader token," Yi Xian said to Ren Xiong. Chapter 1653. Although the Temporal Island was only 1/5 the size of the Penglai sacred land, it was enough for Yi Xian. He could move Lianyan City to the Temporal Island in the future. "That's great. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied with the treasures. I'll go prepare them now." Ren Xiong's eyes flashed as he smiled and left. 4 Sacred Lord tokens. If he added the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and Bone Erosion Sacred Land, he would have 6. The Life Sacred Land had many loose immortals who died under the loose immortal tribulation. With 4 Sacred Lord tokens, the success rate would increase a lot. Soon, Ren Xiong returned with a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures that could improve the environment. Then, Yi Xian handed the 4 Sacred Lord tokens to Ren Xiong. These cultivation resources were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 2nd Tribulation Loose Immortal Tribulation and become a 3rd Tribulation Loose Immortal. "Thank you, little friend," Ren Xiong said with a smile. "Senior is too polite. We're just doing what we need." Yi Xian replied with a smile. Ren Xiong nodded with satisfaction. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, little friend, do you have any news about the Skysplit treasure map?" "Skysplit treasure map?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "Yes, little friend must have gained a lot after destroying so many evil sacred lands. Did you get the Skysplit treasure map?" Ren Xiong nodded. "No, I didn't." Yi Xian shook his head. This was the truth. He really didn't have the Skysplit treasure map. "Oh, that's too bad." Ren Xiong sighed. "Now, 7 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map have appeared in the world. My life sacred ground, Buddhist holy ground, and Nether sacred ground all have 1 piece. Fairy Luli has 1 piece, and Old Immortal Tian Ju of the Glazed Light sacred ground has 1 piece. Previously, Capricious sent news that evil Buddha's piece was given to the Emperor of Death. Now, the Emperor of Death has 2 pieces. 7 sky-split treasure maps. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed because he heard the name Old Immortal Tianju. He didn't know if Old Immortal Tianju's map was given to him or if Old Immortal Tianju already had it. I remember that Old Immortal Tianju's map was obtained by his wife, Fairy Dragon Sparrow, right? At this time, Old Immortal Tianju suddenly spoke. Yi Xian was shocked. So meant that Old Immortal Tianju had 2 of the sky-split map. And he was the only one New Lord Tianju map. In total, there were 8 trans-heaven diagrams. Only 1 more and he would be able to find the passageway to the immortal realm. However, Yi Xian didn't tell him that he'd given a piece of the heavenly treasure map to Old Immortal Tianju. Instead, he directly sent a sound transmission to Luo Luo and asked about it. Of Yi Tian Tian Tu had 7 Immortal Tian, 7. 7. 7. He didn't know much about the heavenly treasure map. He only knew that each of the 4 great holy lands had a piece, but he didn't know that the Buddhist Holy Land had another piece besides the one that was stolen by evil Buddha. As for Fairy Lu Li's piece, it was only recently confirmed by Yi Xian. Senior, if we add the one I gave you before, there are 8 now. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing this, Old Immortal Tianju hesitated for a long time before saying, since that's the case, you don't have to hide it anymore. I think the Holy Lands will gather together to find the 9th sky-split map. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then said to Ren Xiong, Senior, I once obtained a piece of the heavenly treasure map. However, in order to repay Old Immortal Tianju's kindness, I gave it to him. What? You obtained a sky-split map? Ren Xiong was shocked. Old Immortal Tianju was also surprised, but he didn't blame Yi Xian for not saying it. After all, this wasn't a small matter. So, Old Immortal Tianju has 2 sky-split map like the Emperor of Death? Old Immortal Tianju asked. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. Legend has it that if you gather all 9 sky-split map pieces, you can find the passage to the immortal world. As long as the passage is opened, we can directly ascend to the immortal world. Father, I remember there is a legend in the world that as long as you gather all 8 sky-split map pieces and set up the 9 seeking formation, you can find the location of the 9th sky-split map piece. Is this true? Old Immortal Tianju asked in shock. Ren Xiong nodded. It's true, but the 9th seeking formation has been lost. If you ask who is most likely to know it, it would be Taoist Ling Shao of the Buddhist Holy Land. Taoist Ling Shao? Old Immortal Tianju raised an eyebrow. Taoist Ling Shao was the sect master of the Buddhist Holy Land, High Firmament sect, and also Fairy Lu Li's father. Some time ago, Ren Xiong went to look for Taoist Ling Shao to discuss the matter between Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li. If that's the case, as long as we find the 9th sky-split map piece, we can find the passage to the immortal world? Old Immortal Tianju's eyes lit up. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. I will immediately tell your grandfather and ask him to gather the other sky-split map pieces. Then I will go to the Buddhist Holy Land. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly grinned. Okay. Ren Xiong replied. The sky-split map was the focus of all the Holy Lands. After all, they also wanted to ascend to the immortal world. If the passage to the immortal world had not been closed, they would have become real immortals instead of itinerant immortals. As for Yi Xian, he went directly to the island of time and space. He might have something important to do next, so he had to break through as soon as possible. Then, he quickly devoured the heaven and earth treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that his breakthrough success rate was only 70%. The peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm did not mean that he was at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. There was still a long way to go. However, the itinerant immortal tribulation did not matter. Even if he was at the early stage of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm, as long as the world arrived, the itinerant immortal tribulation would descend. At that moment, Yi Xian's triple body fusion increased his combat power by 20%. Ding! The host's current success rate of the tribulation is 94%. The system notification sounded again. A success rate of 94% was not bad. If he had the Tribulation Transcendence Pill and the Holy Leader token, Yi Xian could almost succeed. However, to be on the safe side, Yi Xian exchanged for a large amount of 5 elements glaze and cultivated the glaze treasure body to the 8th stage. Now, he was 100% sure that he could pass the second itinerant immortal tribulation. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly activated the heaven and earth primordial qi and began to pass the tribulation. The itinerant immortal tribulation happened once every 1,000 years, and the danger level was 100 times higher. Others would delay their tribulation and not advance it, but Yi Xian directly advanced it by 1,000 years. This was unprecedented. Chapter 1654. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on Yi Xian's head, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation because of the Sacred Leader token, the Azure Glazed Treasure Body, the Tribulation Passing Pill, and the Unicorn Vital Energy. However, this was the second itinerant celestial tribulation, so there were 2 of them. The second tribulation lightning was stronger than the first one, but it didn't matter. After all, the system showed that Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Boom! The second tribulation lightning fell. Then, Yi Xian heard a notification from the system. Ding! The host has passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Although the old tree and Yi Xian had a contract, the itinerant celestial realm was special. The old tree had to pass the tribulation by himself. In less than a minute, the old tree passed the second itinerant celestial tribulation and became a third tribulation itinerant celestial. Then, it was the Ghost Dome Emperor's turn. Ding! The Ghost Dome Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. The old tree, the Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian broke through. Then, it was Luo Luo's turn. Luo Luo, do you think you can pass? Yi Xian asked. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy's inheritance is not very useful to me, but I still have the Sacred Leader token and the Tribulation Passing Pill. It shouldn't be a problem. Luo Luo replied. Then you should cultivate for a while. Anyway, 30 days in the plant space is only 1 day in the outside world. It's not a small matter to pass the tribulation. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Okay. Luo Luo nodded. Then, she was put into the plant space by Yi Xian to continue cultivating. She cultivated for 90 days, but only 3 days in the outside world. Yi Xian had passed the itinerant celestial tribulation, which meant that Luo Luo's tribulation had arrived. However, she could suppress it, so it wasn't a problem. After cultivating for 3 more months, Luo Luo's cultivation was much stronger than before. Now, she was 100% sure that she could pass the tribulation. However, just in case, she still set up 7 layers of formations, which would be able to withstand some of the power of the tribulation lightning. It was better than nothing. Soon, Luo Luo underwent her tribulation in the Penglai sacred land. She easily passed it. Luo Luo is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Now, Yi Xian and the other 4 had all become 3 tribulation loose immortals. Their strength was enough to run amok in the great holy land. Luo Luo. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Ttia. Luo Luo. In that case, the heavenly treasure map would fall into the spatial rift, and even the 9 seeking formation might not be able to find it. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep it for now and wait until later. Not long after Luo Luo passed the tribulation, Wayward finally sent some news. Taoist Ling Xiao has set up the 9 search formation in the sea. My father has also informed the major powers, including the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld. Do you want to come and take a look? Where is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. It's on the 4 islands between the 4 great holy lands. It's just an ordinary island. The 9 search formation is on it, Wayward replied. When will you arrive? Yi Xian asked again. 3 days later, Wayward replied. The 4 islands were between the 4 great holy lands. They had to fly from the 4 great holy lands to get there. 3 days was more than enough. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded. He wanted to see where the 9th sky treasure map was. Very quickly, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian arrived at the 4 islands. However, before he landed, he sensed a few powerful auras. There were even a few 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, the experts of the 4 great holy lands were gathered for this meeting. Oh, Yi Xian is here. When he sensed the aura, he immediately turned around to take a look. Relying on the eye of insight, Yi Xian could already see the experts on the 4 islands. Old immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, Wayward, Ren Xiong, and the one-thought monk. There were many familiar faces. At the same time, there were many unfamiliar faces. Among them, a middle-aged man immediately showed anger when he saw Yi Xian. He was a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. He was the Netherworld Great Emperor, the Prince of Netherworld's father. During the fight for the Holy Lord's token, the Prince of Netherworld was killed by Yi Xian and Wayward, so Yi Xian was his enemy. If it were not for the fact that he was not in the Netherworld Holy Land, he would have attacked Yi Xian a long time ago. However, when everyone sensed Yi Xian's aura, they revealed astonished expressions one after another. After all, Yi Xian was only a Heaven's Ingress realm cultivator back then. Yet, he had actually broken through to the 2nd tribulation loose immortal realm now. Of course, Yi Xian used his bloodline to conceal his aura right now. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor and Ren Xiong could only sense his aura as a 2nd tribulation loose immortal. You must be Yi Xian. You sure are young and promising. As soon as Yi Xian landed, an amiable voice rang out. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the person who came was a bald old monk. Based on the aura of his 3 tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian could determine that he was the master of the Buddhist sect's holy land, the Buddha sovereign. Behind the bald old monk was a middle-aged man in Taoist robes. He was also a 3 tribulation loose immortal. He must be Taoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist holy land, as well as Fairy Lu Li's father. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian respectfully greeted them. Good, you're neither arrogant nor impatient. Not bad. Taoist Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, compared to Caprice, he preferred Yi Xian whom he had met for the first time. However, this was not the time to talk about this matter. The rest of the people had also arrived, which was the last holy land, the Holy Land of Death. The Death Emperor flew over from the southwest with more than 10 people. All of them were 2nd tribulation loose immortals with extraordinary strength. When he saw Yi Xian from afar, he could not help but snort coldly. Brat, don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You can try. Yi Xian knew that the Death Emperor was talking to him, so he replied indifferently. His first disciple was killed by Caprice, and his second disciple was also killed by Caprice. However, Caprice had a background, while Yi Xian did not. Who else could he find trouble with? Well, everyone is finally here. Taoist Ling Xiao looked around. The 8 supreme treasure maps had been gathered. Now, all that was left was for Taoist Ling Xiao to use the 9 seeking formation to find the 9th supreme treasure map. Taoist Ling Xiao, are you confident? Suddenly, the Death Emperor asked. I'm afraid that I'm the only one in the world who knows how to use the 9 seeking formation, but this is my first time using it. I'm not 100% sure. Taoist Ling Xiao shook his head. Chapter 1655. The formation has been set up. You all can find your own positions and hold the sky treasure map. The Buddhist Supreme said to everyone. Immediately, the experts who held the sky treasure map took it out. Yi Xian, you take this one. Old immortal Tianju suddenly handed the sky treasure map that Yi Xian gave him before to Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian did not refuse. After all, he was just holding the sky treasure map first. Fairy Luli, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Xiong, and the Netherworld Emperor each had one, while old immortal Tianju and the Death Emperor each had two. The Emperor of Death also gave the extra to the rogue immortals under his command and stood in the Nine Seeking formation. In the center of the Nine Search formation, Taoist Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. As for the others, they were all watching from the sky. Everyone, if you are ready, I will begin. Taoist Ling Xiao said. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they were ready. Taoist Ling Xiao looked around again, then quickly formed seals with both hands. The Nine Search formation also began to operate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the Nine Search formation, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Then, the sky treasure map in the hands of the 8 people began to tremble. However, this sky treasure map was extremely important. Everyone held it tightly, unwilling to let go. The sky treasure map in Yi Xian's hands suddenly rotated. Not only that, but the others also did the same. In the end, the 8 sky treasure maps all pointed to one direction. South. 8 sky treasure maps, all pointing to the south. Is there any sacred ground there? Wilful asked in surprise. It is my Xiaoyang's sacred ground. Fairy Luli said. So, the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xiaoyang sacred ground? The Death Emperor frowned. One must know that one of the 2 sky treasure maps in his hand was given to him by evil Buddha of the Xiaoyang sacred ground. He did not expect that there would be another one in the Xiaoyang sacred ground. It may not be in the Xiaoyang sacred ground. It may be further south. Let's fly to the south of the Xiaoyang sacred ground first. If it points to the north, then we can be sure that the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xiaoyang sacred ground. Taoist Ling Xiao said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This method could determine the location of the 9th heavenly treasure map. If it continued to point to the south, it would not be in the evil Sun Holy Land. One had to know that the Holy Land master of Xiaoyang Holy Land was Fairy Luli. If the 9th piece of the Skysplit treasure map was in Xiaoyang Holy Land, wouldn't it be benefiting Fairy Luli for nothing? However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, even the Death Emperor did not dare to enter the small Saint Land. Because this place was divided into various camps, it was impossible to use the teleportation array to reach Xiaoyang Holy Land. They had to fly. The Death Emperor and the others didn't dare to enter the evil Sun Holy Ground, so they could only take a detour. The journey this time took a total of 7 days. In addition to the previous 3 days, he had spent a total of 10 days. In the planting space, 300 days had passed, which was almost a year. Luo Luo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline allowed her to reach the middle stage of the 3rd tribulation loose immortal and almost reach the peak of the 3rd tribulation loose immortal in 300 days. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that if he had the chance, he would quickly get rid of the people from Death Holy Land and Netherworld Holy Land. 7 days later, they arrived at the southern sea of Xiaoyang Holy Land. They created a floating island and Taoist Ling Xiao set up another search for 9 array. I hope it doesn't point to the north. The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor all had the same thought in their hearts. However, their prayers came true. This time, the 8 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map all shifted and pointed to the south. South? What's going on? Everyone was at a loss. Xiaoyang Holy Land is the southernmost Holy Land. If we go further south, it would be in those continents. Taoist Ling Xiao said. Continents were also possible. Let's try going south for a few more days. The dozens of loose immortals went south again, but the search for 9 array still pointed to the south. Up ahead is the Immortal Fall Sea. Even a loose immortal would be in danger if he goes there. We can't fight in the sea, so entering the Immortal Fall Sea is a dead end. If the 9th piece of the Skysplit treasure map is in the Immortal Fall Sea, it will be troublesome. Daoist Ling Xiao frowned. The Immortal Fall Sea was a dangerous place in the sea. Even Daoist Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 3rd tribulation loose immortal realm, did not dare to enter. After all, they could only defend and could not attack. If the 9th piece of the Skysplit treasure map was in the Immortal Fall Sea, it would be impossible. However, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly found something wrong. He said, "Previously, we went straight to the south and never shifted our direction. However, in the search for 9 array yesterday, the angles of the 8 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map seemed to be different from before." As soon as he said this, the others were immediately shocked. Angle deviation? That's nonsense. We have so many pairs of eyes watching. How did you discover it? A loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you can set up the search for 9 array again and wait for a day. Yi Xian directly suggested. Yesterday's and today's directions were clearly off by 1 degree. It should be known that he could discover it because he had it. If that's the case, then this Skysplit treasure map is moving? Daoist Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He said, "But a day is nothing to us." "Okay, then we'll wait for a day. Let's see if the directions are off." "A day is nothing. We've waited for thousands of years. It's nothing." At this time, except for Yi Xian, who was only 28 years old, the others here were all old monsters. Even Wayward and Fairy Luli had lived for hundreds of years. In order to verify Yi Xian's words, everyone took out their weapons to be used as a reference when the time came. However, in less than half a day, the 8 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map showed obvious changes. The 9th piece of the Skysplit treasure map was indeed moving. It's really changed. It's a little to the southwest. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed at Yi Xian's sharp eyes. Even Daoist Ling Xiao and the Buddhist Supreme, who were peak 3 tribulation loose immortals, did not discover it. Only Yi Xian did. Amazing. The 9th piece of the Skysplit treasure map is moving. That means that someone has it. Let's go and catch up. After the Emperor of Death finished speaking, he immediately put away the Skysplit treasure map and then rushed to the south. Although the Immortal Fall Sea was further south, they did not have to enter it. They could try again outside the Immortal Fall Sea. After rushing for more than half a day, they tried again at the edge of the Immortal Fall Sea and found that the 8 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map were still pointing to the Immortal Fall Sea. Chapter 1656. Everyone, the Immortal Fallen Sea is huge and very dangerous. There are countless heavenly thunders inside. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless immortal would not dare to be careless. "Do you want to enter?" Daoist Ling Xiao asked. "Since we're already here, how can we not enter?" The Netherworld Emperor snorted. "That's right. If we can't find the passage to the immortal realm, we can only live for 1,000 years. Why don't we give it a try?" The Death Emperor nodded. "In that case, let's go in." Ren Xiong said to Headstrong, "You 1 tribulation bodiless immortals shouldn't enter. It's too dangerous." "I know." Headstrong nodded and then looked at Fairy Luli. She also had a sky-piercing treasure map. However, Fairy Luli gave her sky-piercing treasure map to Daoist Ling Xiao. As for old immortal Tianju, he also took out 2 sky-piercing treasure maps. He gave one to Yi Xian and the other to the Buddhist sect's sacred land. In the end, only 8 bodiless immortals entered the Immortal Fallen Sea. Daoist Ling Xiao also had to enter because he wanted to set up the 9 seeking formation. There were 4 from the Buddhist sect's sacred land, 2 from the Death Emperor's sacred land, 1 from the Netherworld's sacred land, 1 from the Life's sacred land, and 1 from Yi Xian. Among these people, except for the one from the Buddhist sect's sacred land who was a peak 2nd tribulation bodiless immortal, the rest were all 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. They were divided into groups of 3 or 6. Their chances of survival were very high. Yi Xian, take it easy, Headstrong said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His strength was at least in the top 3 among the 9 people. However, just in case, Yi Xian summoned the old tree and the other 2. Wei Zhentian turned into a suit of armor and put it on Yi Xian. As for the old tree and the Ghost Dome Emperor, they guarded Yi Xian. How did this kid do it? The bald old man and the Ghost Dome Emperor are both 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. The Death Emperor narrowed his eyes. So did the others. Yi Xian was probably the most mysterious person in their group. Yi Xian finally understood why there were no 4 tribulation bodiless immortals in the sacred land. It was because of the restrictions of the heavens. Soon, the group entered the Sea of Immortal Fall. The Immortal Fallen Sea was a very mysterious peak. It looked like a sunny day, but there would occasionally be tribulation lightning. It was because there were a large number of sea beasts at the level of itinerant immortals. These tribulation lightning bolts were condensed from their tribulations. That was not the main point. The main point was that these sea beasts could attack in the sea, but humans could only defend, so it was very dangerous. At first, they didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary, but after walking for an hour, they encountered a small sea monster. This little sea beast was only at the early stage of 1 tribulation scattered immortal, so it posed no threat to them. Very. It in. B. Daoist Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Everyone turned to look and saw the surface of the sea in the distance begin to surge. A group of sea beasts broke through the waves and approached them. Be careful. Don't provoke them. Avoid them. Buddhist Supreme shouted. If they angered this group of sea beasts, they would persevere in their attacks, and there would be no way for them to escape. The sea beasts were all bodiless immortals. There were hundreds of them. When they saw Yi Xian and the others, some of them avoided them while some of them directly charged at them. The sea beasts were as intelligent as humans. They wanted a change of taste. Yi Xian and the others were good food. Yi Xian and the others could not attack, but they could release their auras to intimidate the sea beasts. Fortunately, they were only 1 tribulation bodiless immortals. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Soon, the sea beasts let go of Yi Xian and the others and left. Phew. Fortunately, our cultivation base is high enough to intimidate the sea beasts. Otherwise, we would be dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they continued to move forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not know if it was because of good luck. 9 search formation. Everyone set up a floating island and set up a 9 search formation. Then, they searched for the location of the 8 supreme treasure maps and finally found an island. No, this was not an island. It was a holy land. How is this possible? Isn't this? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the holy land in front of them. Everyone present knew that this was a holy land, but they did not expect to see it at this time. 7 Demons Holy Land. It's actually the 7 Demons Holy Land. Daoist Ling Xiao exclaimed. What is this? Yi Xian was very curious. He then transmitted his voice to Wayward. What? 7 Demons Holy Land? How is that possible? Wayward was also shocked. What's wrong with this 7 Demons Holy Land? Why isn't it on the map? Yi Xian asked. This was a holy land thousands of years ago, and it was the 5th great holy land. However, a terrifying baleful aura erupted from there, so we destroyed all the teleportation formations that led to the 7 Demons Holy Land. Soon after, the 7 Demons Holy Land disappeared. Wayward explained. Baleful aura was a very terrifying thing. There were a total of 7 types. The 7 Demons Holy Land actually erupted with baleful aura, which was very harmful to the other great holy lands. Therefore, it was isolated. Later, the 4 great holy lands sent people to search for the 7 Demons Holy Land, but they did not find it. They did not expect it to appear in the immortal fallen sea. Everyone, look. The 7 Demons Holy Land seems to be moving. A loud shout rang out. Everyone's eyes focused and found that the seven demons' holy land was King moving. CK, a holy land is moving. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly scanned with his eye of revelation. He found that there was a defensive formation around the seven demons' holy land. Everyone approached in shock. According to Sun Jiuzhen's instructions, the last piece of the heaven-connecting treasure map should be in the seven demons' holy land. Thousands of years ago, the overlord of the seven demons' holy land, the seven demons sect, erupted with a terrifying baleful aura. The entire holy land fell into a state of chaos. Later, the heavenly Tao appeared to protect the holy land and surrounded it, not allowing any humans who were tainted by the baleful aura to leave. The Buddhist Supreme said slowly, "If we are not tainted by the baleful aura, we should be able to enter, right?" The Death Emperor said. The Buddhist Supreme put his hands together and nodded. "Yes, but we don't know if there are other people in the seven demons' holy land. Whether there were people or not had nothing to do with them. However, the seven demons' holy land was a great holy land. That meant that there was only one Holy Lord token." He wondered where the Holy Leader token was. Chapter 1657. Although we don't know if anyone is still alive, we can't let our guard down. Taoist Ling Xiao reminded. We won't enter the seven fiends' sacred ground to avoid being attacked by you guys. At this moment, the Death Emperor suddenly said. Among the people who entered this time, they were clearly the weaker party. The seven fiends' sacred ground was a large sacred ground. Once they entered, anyone could attack them. You have the sky-piercing treasure map in your hand, are you afraid that we will attack you? Ren Xiong coldly snorted. The sky-piercing treasure map is indeed precious, but if we die, wouldn't the Death's sacred ground and Nether sacred ground become yours? The Netherworld Emperor said. Then you guys better be careful and don't encounter any sea beasts. Ren Xiong coldly snorted. Then, they all entered the seven fiends' sacred ground, leaving only one person outside to watch over the Netherworld Emperor and the others. Just now, the seven fiends' sacred ground's array blocked out spiritual awareness, but after entering the sacred ground, everyone immediately used their spiritual awareness. As expected, there isn't a single person, not even a single living thing. Ren Xiong frowned. Let's split up and search and see if we can find anything. Taoist Ling Xiao suggested. Alright, everyone be careful. I feel that something is wrong with the seven fiends' sacred ground. After Ren Xiong finished speaking, he directly left. Although they were strong, the seven fiends' sacred ground was so big that they couldn't search it in a short period of time. Old Tree, the three of you go search and see if you can find anything. Yi Xian said to the Old Tree trio. All right. Old Tree responded and then left. The seven fiends' sacred ground was lifeless. Not to mention a single living thing, there wasn't even a corpse. This made the others very surprised. However, after searching for half a day, their spiritual awareness finally found a living thing. It was a person. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. These ruins were the ruins of the seven fiends sect. And around this human who was sitting cross-legged, there were also clouds of black fog that seemed to be protecting him. Yi Xian, go to the central area. There is someone there. Ren Xiong transmitted his voice. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. About an hour later, he arrived. When he arrived, he saw that Ren Xiong, the Buddha, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were all there. Who is that person? With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian clearly saw that the youth in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect was actually a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. This person appeared in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect. Other than him, there is no one else. It is truly strange, Taoist Ling Xiao said in astonishment. Just now, I tried to get close to him, but the 7 streams of black gas around this kid attacked me directly. The attack power was very strong, so I retreated. The Buddha flicked his tattered sleeves, looking a little helpless. Taoist Ling Xiao continued, we've already shouted countless times, but this kid didn't respond. I wonder where he came from. Yi Xian carefully observed the 7 balls of black qi and discovered that they were not ordinary. He said in a low voice, "Those 7 balls of black qi seem to be baleful qi." "Yes, they should be baleful qi. This kid can actually control baleful qi. He should be someone from 7 fiends sect thousands of years ago. However, I don't know why he is the only one left in the entire 7 fiends sacred ground." The Buddha nodded. "This aura makes me very uncomfortable. Why don't we join forces to destroy him?" Ren Xiong suddenly said. He was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon and hated this kind of aura. If it was not for the others not agreeing, he would have already killed his way over. "No, this person is very likely to be the master of 7 fiends sacred ground. The sky-piercing treasure map is probably on him. If we anger him, even if we join forces, it will be difficult to do anything to him." The Buddha immediately said. Indeed, he was the only one in the entire 7 fiends sacred ground, so he was very likely to be the master of the sacred ground. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map was also very likely on him. Then what should we do? Wait? Ren Xiong frowned. "Let's see the situation first." The Buddha replied. This youth was a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If he had the sacred leader token, he might be able to increase a realm. Although they were not weak, it would not be so easy to kill the youth who had the sacred leader token. On the contrary, they might suffer casualties. Of course, if Yi Xian and the others attacked with all their strength, this youth would definitely not be able to stop them. However, Yi Xian was afraid that he had the sky-piercing treasure map. Helplessly, everyone could only wait here quietly. This wait lasted for 3 days. Luo Luo had been cultivating in the planting space for several years and had already reached the peak of 3 tribulations scattered immortal. If she had cultivation resources to shorten the time needed to pass the tribulation, she might be able to pass the tribulation directly. 3 days later, the young man finally moved and slowly opened his eyes. "Everyone, sorry for the long wait." The young man stood up and scanned the surroundings. "You are?" The Buddha immediately asked. 7 Fiends Sect's chief disciple, Butsang. The youth replied. "Then your 7 baleful auras are?" The Buddha frowned and looked at the 7 baleful auras beside Butsang. "I have already refined all the baleful auras in the entire 7 Fiends sacred ground for my own use." Butsang explained. "Refined all the baleful auras?" When everyone heard this, they found it hard to believe. When 7 Fiends Sect's baleful auras erupted, everyone was corroded and killed. Now, Butsang said that he had refined all the baleful auras. This was not possible. "Everyone, looking at you, you should be here for the sky-piercing treasure map, right?" Butsang said and directly took out a sky-piercing treasure map from his interspatial ring. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The sky-piercing treasure map was finally complete. So you have already guessed it. Now we have 8 sky-piercing treasure maps. Only the one in your hand is missing. As long as we have it, we can find the passage to the immortal realm. The Buddha said to Butsang. "I have also heard about the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. It just so happens that I have refined all the baleful auras and can leave 7 fiends sacred ground. In that case, let's go together." Butsang stood up and put away the sky-piercing treasure map. "That's good." The Buddha supremacy grinned. They thought that they would have to fight to get the sky-piercing treasure map. Now it seemed that they were in luck. Butsang's strength was probably not weaker than the Buddha and the other experts. After all, he was the chief disciple of 7 Fiends Sect thousands of years ago. Then, after thousands of years, he broke through and became a peak 3 tribulations scattered immortal. Butsang's 7 baleful auras were so powerful without using the sacred leader token. If he used the sacred leader token, it was enough to fight a group of people. Chapter 1658. Supreme Buddha, who is he? After seeing Butsang, the Emperor of Death could not help but ask. He is the master of the 7 fiends sacred ground, Butsang. The last piece of the sky-piercing treasure map is in his hands. Taoist Ling Xiao explained. A remnant of the Seven Fiends sect? The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes, but he did not say this because he felt that this Butsang was not that simple. It was not good to be hostile to him. Don't worry so much. Now that the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map have been gathered, the next step is to piece together a complete map. Netherworld Emperor said. Yes, we have waited for thousands of years. Finally, this day has come. As long as we open the passage to the immortal world, everyone can ascend to the immortal world. As the Supreme Buddha spoke, he could not help but reveal a yearning expression. Everyone was the same. Who would want to stay in such a remote place? The immortal world, that was the world of immortals. Since the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had been gathered, then everyone took it out at the same time. All 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had appeared. There were restrictions in the sea, so everyone could not make a move here. They once again created a floating island, but this time Taoist Ling Xiao did not need to set up the 9 search formation. Come on. The Supreme Buddha took the lead and threw out the sky-piercing treasure map in his hand, and the others followed suit. The 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map attracted like magnets and finally merged into one. A large map appeared. On it, there were only 5 locations. The Buddhist sacred ground, the life's sacred ground, the death's sacred ground, and the netherworld's sacred ground. These 4 sacred grounds were in the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast directions. This sky-piercing treasure map connected these 4 sacred grounds with 2 straight lines and a focal point. Obviously, that focal point was the place they were looking for. This place, isn't it the 4 islands? Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and said in horror. Yes, yes, in the middle of the 4 sacred grounds is the 4 islands. Could it be the passage to the immortal world? No, this is too coincidental. These 4 islands are very ordinary, there is no one on them. Could it be under the 4 islands? Everyone was guessing. No matter what, let's go take a look first. After the Supreme Buddha finished speaking, he directly opened the sky-piercing treasure map and divided it into 9 pieces and returned them to each party. Next, they continued to hurry on their way and arrive at the 4 islands. Then, everyone reassembled the sky-piercing treasure map, the 4 islands changed. All of a sudden, an array formation rose up from the center of the 4 islands, creating a hole in the 4 islands. What? There's actually a hidden array within the 4 islands? Who set it up? Even I, a peak 3rd tribulation loose immortal, was unable to discover it. Taoist Ling Xiao was utterly shocked. How could a 4th tribulation loose immortal appear in this place? The passageway to the immortal world is indeed in the sea. The Emperor of Death couldn't hold it in any longer. He led his men into the depths of the sea. But before that, the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were returned to each party because they felt that the sky-piercing treasure maps were not simply used to find the passage to the immortal world. Yi Xian went down with the Buddhist sect and life's sacred land. If it were not for this passage, they would have been attacked by sea beasts. After traveling at full speed for an entire day, they finally reached the bottom of the mountain. Celestial Sea Palace. Everyone landed and looked at the stone tablet in front of them and the door. Look, there are 9 square holes on it. Someone reminded them. Obviously, the 9 square holes corresponded to the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. However, no one knew what would happen next. This Celestial Sea Palace is probably not the passage to the immortal world. There may be danger inside, so I think we should gather our people first, the Supreme Buddha suggested. Yes, there should be many people coming. Let's gather them. The Netherworld Emperor nodded. Then, they all notified the experts on their side and asked them to come to the 4 islands. 3 days later, there were more than 100 people gathered here. All of them were loose immortals, and almost all of them were 2nd tribulation loose immortals. At the same time, Ren Ziyuan, Wayward's grandfather and Ren Xiong's father, also came. He was the sacred land master of life's sacred land and had already handed the sacred lord token to his subordinates. In addition, Life's Sacred Sect Master Pang Ran and others were also present. There were more than 10 Tribulation Loose Immortals. Everyone, come. Daoist Ling Xiao said. At this time, he was holding Fairy Lu Li's sky-piercing treasure map. The others also chose a place and then threw the sky-piercing treasure map out and embedded it in the 9 squares. After the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were gathered, the door suddenly bloomed with a strange light. Then, everyone saw the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps being refined into a blue bead. What is this? Everyone was puzzled, but they all took the blue bead one after another. The Buddhist Supreme, Daoist Ling Xiao, Old Immortal Tianzhu, Yi Xian, Netherworld Emperor, Butsang, and Ren Ziyuan each had one. As for the Emperor of Death, he had 2. Although they didn't understand what it was, they knew that this blue bead would definitely be useful in the following journey. Before they could continue thinking, the door of the Immortal Sea Palace suddenly opened. Sure enough, this wasn't the passage to the immortal world. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Everyone looked inside, but they didn't see any other creatures. This feeling reminded Yi Xian of the Deep Sea Palace when he went to the Bloodstone Continent. The Emperor of Death was a little impatient and directly sent an undead puppet in, but there was no danger. The space inside is very stable. The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes and subconsciously glanced at the Life's Sacred Sex group. The 2 factions had more or less the same number of people. If a fight broke out, no one would have an advantage. Emperor of Death, do you want to fight first? Daoist Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that we have found clues to the passage to the immortal world, let's put aside our grudges for the time being. The Netherworld Emperor said and inadvertently glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed the Netherworld Emperor's son and the successor of the Emperor of Death. This enmity naturally wouldn't be resolved so easily. If that's the case, then let's decide who comes first. Daoist Ling Xiao suddenly said. Let's go first. There may be opportunities and dangers. What do you think? The Buddhist Supreme followed. Okay, let's go first. The Emperor of Death's eyes lit up and immediately led his people into the Immortal Sea Palace. Chapter 1659. This Butsang, although we know his background, he's very mysterious. Now that he's with the people from the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Daoist Ling Xiao looked at the backs of the Death Emperor and the others and murmured. Indeed. Let's let them explore the way first. We'll go in half a day later. The Buddhist Supreme suggested. Anyway, they were here for the passage to the immortal world. Even if there were opportunities in the Divine Sea Palace, they could give up. Roughly half a day later, everyone was ready to enter the Celestial Sea Palace. There are so many of us together, and there are several Third Tribulation scattered immortals. Even if we encounter danger, we can deal with it together. Everyone thought at the same time, and then entered the Celestial Sea Palace together. At this time, the 5 blue beads were respectively held by the Buddhist Supreme, Daoist Ling Xiao, Ren Ziyuan, Old Immortal Tianzhu, and Yi Xian. They felt that these 5 blue beads would definitely be useful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was too mysterious, everyone was very careful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was full of seawater, they were afraid of sea monsters. However, this worry was superfluous. The moment they entered the Divine Sea Palace, Yi Xian had already asked Old Tree and the others to explore. Old Tree was the fastest and took the lead, but he didn't find any danger. The Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and Butsang, these 3 are very fast. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When they entered the Divine Sea Palace, he had already marked them with the Death Hunt command. At this time, he saw that they were very fast, so he guessed that they didn't encounter any danger. However, when they were in the middle area, he saw that they stopped for a while. He didn't know what happened, but if there was danger, it should be near that area. Therefore, he asked Old Tree to go and take a look quickly. Ding, embers of thunder fire died. Ding, embers of thunder fire revived. 2 system notifications sounded out, causing Yi Xian to frown as he was on his way. Old Tree, why did he suddenly die? Old Tree, what happened? Yi Xian quickly asked. I'm not sure. I just crossed a line and then died. However, I saw some bloodstains near that line. The old tree appeared beside Yi Xian again and explained. Line? When Caprice and the others heard this, they couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Emperor of Death and the others suffered casualties? That should be it. Old tree nodded. Then, they hurried on and finally saw the line mentioned by the old tree. In order to let them see clearly, the old tree personally tested it again. After he used the 9 dragons' thunder flash to cross that line, everyone saw the old tree's body directly explode. Ding! Ashen thunder fire has died. Ding! Ember of thunder fire has been revived. The old tree once again appeared in front of everyone. We can't see anything strange about this line. The Buddha shook his head. The moment I crossed it, I felt a huge pressure. My body was squeezed until it exploded, the old tree replied. That's right. The strange thing isn't that line, but the water behind it, Yi Xian nodded. Could it be that we have to use that blue bead? Taoist Ling Xiao asked. Yes, yes. We might need to use it. Ren Ziyuan nodded and then his gaze fell on the old tree. At that moment, Yi Xian gave the blue bead in his hand to the old tree. Then, he let the old tree try again. This time, when the old tree crossed the line, nothing happened. Instead, a blue light barrier appeared around his body. Sure enough, he needed to use that blue bead. Sure enough, he needs to use that. However, can one bead only protect one person? Caprice asked in surprise. Probably not. Let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor try as well. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This time, the old tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor crossed the line together. The two of them were together, but nothing happened. Then Yi Xian asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to move away from the old tree. Sure enough, after he moved away, he heard 2 system notifications. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was resurrected beside Yi Xian. This time, they tested the distance of the blue bead, but they didn't test the number of people. To be on the safe side, they tested it again and found that a blue bead could only protect 5 people. The 6th person would be squeezed out and then his body would explode. Fortunately, the 6th person was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, so everyone was fine. The Emperor of Death's side only has 4 blue beads. At most, they can protect 20 people. It seems that they will lose at least 30 people this time. Taoist Ling Xiao said. This line wasn't easy to find. The old tree only found it by chance. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't find anyone else, so there was only one path. Therefore, the Emperor of Death's side would probably suffer heavy casualties. At most, 20 people would survive. But here came the problem. They had more than 50 people. Even if they had 5 blue beads, they could only protect 25 people at most. It seems that some of us will have to leave. Taoist Ling Xiao sighed. Not necessarily. We can catch up with the Emperor of Death's group and snatch the blue beads from them. Ren Ziyuan's eyes flashed as he sneered. The Emperor of Death's side obviously entered the danger zone without any preparation. Therefore, they might have less than 20 people. After all, Butsong was a little cold. Although he walked with the Emperor of Death's group, no one dared to approach him. He had wasted 4 people with the blue beads in his hand. Perhaps, we don't have to go through so much trouble. Yi Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wayward's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. You have an independent space. As long as we hide the others, we can all enter. At that moment, they directly selected 20 people. These people would be protected by the blue beads. As for the others, they would enter Yi Xian's space. If the Emperor of Death's group knew about this, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. They weren't prepared before, so some of them were squeezed out of the blue bead's effective range and exploded. But now, Yi Xian's side actually passed through without any casualties. It was simply a miracle. The rest of the journey was also ordinary. The Emperor of Death's side also stopped and waited for Yi Xian. They stopped. It seems that they have encountered some kind of obstacle and are waiting for us. Or perhaps they have encountered some kind of problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After reminding everyone, they continued on their way. Soon, they saw the Emperor of Death's group. They counted carefully. Apart from the Emperor of Death, the Netherworld Emperor, and Butsang, there were only 9 people. Chapter 1660. Originally, as long as the 4 blue pearls were used properly, they could protect 20 people. However, the Emperor of Death's people were very far away, and no one dared to approach Butsang. Damn it! The Emperor of Death cursed in his heart. They had only seen that warning line later. After those people passed through, there was no problem at first, but later on, they all exploded and died. Otherwise, their injuries wouldn't be so serious. If they fought now, they would most likely be wiped out. Tsk tisk, that's 12 people. Ren Ziyuan and the others' eyes lit up. However, now was not the time to fight because they all needed the blue pearls to protect them. How could they fight? Moreover, even if the Emperor of Death's side had fewer people, if they fought desperately, they would still suffer heavy losses. Forget it. You're finally here. Hand over the blue pearls and open the door. The Emperor of Death reminded them. At this time, a large door appeared in front of them. There were 9 holes on the door for the blue pearls. Because everyone needed the blue pearls to protect them, they split into groups and stood next to the holes. Then, they put the blue pearls in. Boom! The door opened. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Behind the door was a world. How was this possible? Such abundant yuan qi, at least 10 times that of my life's sacred land. What is this place? Ren Xiong said in surprise. Could it be that this immortal sea palace is the passage to the immortal world, and we've already arrived at the immortal world? Daoist Ling Xiao was also confused. There was no more water behind the door, but there was a formation that prevented them from passing. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, a person suddenly flashed in from outside the door. His aura was so powerful that it shocked everyone. A peak 3rd tribulation scattered immortal, no, a 4th tribulation scattered immortal. Everyone immediately reacted. This person's aura was stronger than everyone present. He was actually a 4th tribulation scattered immortal. How many years has it been? Finally, someone found this place. The person who came was a young expert. He looked around and sighed. Fellow Taoist, is this the immortal world? The Buddhist Supreme asked curiously. Immortal world? The young man smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? This is just a space opened by immortals. It's called the immortal world. Immortal world? Immortal? Everyone was shocked. That's right. This isn't the immortal world. There's an immortal ascension platform in the depths of this small immortal world. That's the real passageway to the immortal world. However, this immortal ascension platform has been sealed off by the immortal world. That's why everyone can't ascend to the immortal world, the young man explained. I see. At this moment, everyone understood. Many people revealed helpless expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to find this place. They originally thought that they could ascend to the immortal world, but they didn't expect that it still wouldn't work. However, if it was impossible to ascend to the immortal realm, how did an immortal create a lesser immortal realm? The young man saw the confusion on everyone's faces and explained, to be precise, this small immortal realm was created by 3 immortals. These 3 immortals came to this mortal world countless years ago and selected some people from various holy lands. After countless years of reproduction, this small immortal realm finally appeared. There are actually 3 true immortals. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They were real immortals. Even if they were only grade 1 immortals, they were still stronger than grade 3 immortals. If they were grade 3 immortals, they would be stronger than grade 9 immortals. Then why is the passageway to the immortal realm closed? Daoist Ling Xiao asked curiously. This, I don't know. I'm afraid that only those 3 immortals. The young man shook his head and continued, let's not talk about this. Next, you can enter the small immortal realm to cultivate, but once you enter, you won't be able to return in the future. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to, you can follow me back. As long as you gather the 9 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map, you can enter again. Only allowed to enter, not leave. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The Emperor of Death's people were a little hesitant because they thought that this was the immortal realm. They didn't expect it to be a fake one. In the sacred land of death, the Emperor of Death could be called a king, but in this small immortal realm, he was probably at the bottom. However, the people of the life's sacred land weren't worried because Yi Xian had left an entrance to a cultivation space in the life's sacred land. They could return at any time. However, Yi Xian probably couldn't make it, but he didn't care. That clone was left to protect his life. You must have come in batches. If you put the 9 water avoidance pearls together, it'll be enough to protect hundreds of people. The young man suddenly grinned. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor of Death and the others changed. However, what was done was done. What was the use of regret? All right, think about it, said the young man. Milord, we choose to all enter the small immortal realm, said Daoist Ling Xiao. As for the Emperor of Death's people, they all nodded after a moment of thought. In that case, you can all enter. After saying this, the young man opened the formation and let them pass. Then, he led them to a mountain peak. You all wait here. I'm going to the outside world. No matter what grudges you have, wait until I return. After saying this, the young man couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, he reminded them, you're in luck. My immortal destiny sect's ancestor once set a rule. Anyone who obtains a Skysplit treasure map and enters the small immortal realm can join the immortal destiny sect. Immortal destiny sect? When they heard this sect, they all revealed confused expressions. What level was this immortal destiny sect? The Immortal Destiny sect is a sect established by 3 immortals. It's also the strongest sect in the small immortal realm. They value fate. Since you're able to enter, it's fate. You all have the qualifications to join the Immortal Destiny sect, said the young man. The strongest sect in the small immortal realm? When they heard this, their eyes almost popped out. The Emperor of Death plucked up his courage and asked, what level of immortal are the 3 immortal patriarchs of the Immortal Destiny sect? I don't know the details. However, they're at least level 5 immortals. In the small immortal realm, they're already invincible, answered the young man. If they were to convert, a 3 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 1 immortal, a 6 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 2 immortal, and a 9 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 3 immortal. Level 5 immortals were already beyond the range of loose immortals. In the small immortal realm, they were indeed invincible. After all, there were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. In that case, the strength of the Immortal Destiny sect was beyond their imagination. Chapter 1661. After speaking, the youth left. He was going to the outside world to split the sky-piercing treasure map into 9 pieces and wait for the next batch of fated people. Because of the youth's words, the 2 sides did not dare to leave, let alone attack. The Life Saints sect had 20 people. They could have carried 25 people, but because it was safe, only 20 came. They did not expect to have such an opportunity. What a loss. However, this was a big secret for Yi Xian, so they did not dare to let him out. They would wait until everyone joined the Immortal Destiny sect. However, there was no news of the youth after he left. Yi Xian's group of 32 people stayed on the mountain peak for 3 days. On the 4th day, a strange thing suddenly appeared in the sky. Look over there. A loose immortal from the Buddhist sect's holy land reminded. Everyone turned their heads in unison and discovered that a large object was moving towards them. What the hell was that? Everyone's hearts sank because it was their first time seeing such a thing. However, Yi Xian was a little shocked when he saw it. Why did this thing look a little like a warship? Before they could react, 3 people suddenly jumped out of the warship, took out their weapons, and attacked them. They did not come with good intentions. Everyone subconsciously thought of this point and immediately raised 120% of their spirit. Because the newcomers were actually 3-4 tribulation loose immortals. What are you doing? Daoist Ling Xiao shouted. Didn't you see the pattern on our flying boat? We are the Exploding Flame Bandits, a group of hotheads. The leader, a middle-aged man, coldly snorted and said, if you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured, lest we attack. Our Exploding Flame Bandits has just been established. We are recruiting people, and those who join will be spared from death, someone on the side reminded. Flying boat, bandits? Everyone gulped. Their luck was really bad, encountering such a thing as soon as they entered. You 3, we are waiting for a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect, the Buddhist Supreme suddenly said. Immortal Destiny sect? When the 3 heard this, they could not help but look at each other, then burst out laughing at the same time. Immortal Destiny sect, are you kidding me? How could trash like you know a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect? The middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly and said, looks like you don't know how to appreciate favors. Second brother, third brother, attack. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3-4 tribulation loose celestials rushed toward each other. Not good, let's go. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that the other party would not believe that they were related to the Immortal Destiny sect. This was going to be troublesome. Even though they have several 3rd tribulation loose immortals on their side, the enemy is 3/4 tribulation loose immortals. They cannot be underestimated. Yi Xian scanned the airship with his eye of revelation and discovered that there were a large number of itinerant immortals in the airship. Oh no, there are at least 10 4th tribulation loose immortals and 5th tribulation loose immortals in that flying boat. Yi Xian could not help but shout. Hearing this, everyone trembled violently. 10 4th rank loose immortals and 5 tribulation loose immortals, how were they supposed to fight? The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor looked at each other and made a decision. We're in. I'm in too. The 2 of them shouted in unison. However, Bootsong, who was nearby, quickly turned around and left. He was so fast that even the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals were stunned. Very good, it's time for you to make a contribution. The middle-aged man in the lead grinned. The people from the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor immediately rushed toward Yi Xian and the others. Damn it. Daoist Ling Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. However, they had a plan, which was to temporarily join the Exploding Flame Bandits. We're in too. They had no choice but to shout in unison. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to join them. I, Yi Xian, don't like to leave my life in the hands of others. Farewell. Yi Xian shouted angrily. Then, he used the Eye of the Void and entered the portal. In the small celestial realm, the Eye of the Void was useless. However, the Eye of the Void was at the celestial level, so it was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Swoosh. The portal closed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. To be able to leave the small celestial realm, this kid is quite capable. Where did he go? Asked the middle-aged man in the lead. My lord, we don't know. We're not familiar with him. We just ran into him on the way, Daoist Ling Xiao immediately said. This was what Yi Xian had asked him to say before he left. He wanted the Life Emperor and the Supreme Buddha Emperor to sever all ties with him. If it was just a 4 tribulation loose immortal, then Yi Xian would be able to fight. However, after using the Eye of Insight to observe for a moment, he discovered that not only was there a 5 tribulation loose immortal overseeing the flying ship, this flying ship was also not so easy to deal with. There was a powerful weapon on the airship. If the Exploding Flame Bandits wanted to kill them, they could just activate the weapon and blast them to smithereens. Therefore, Yi Xian could only leave. He had already returned to the entrance of the small celestial realm. Although this place was very close to the scene of the incident, at least he would not be discovered by those people. Damn it, something like this happened as soon as we entered. Let's retreat. Wei Zhentian, wait here for that immortal destiny sect disciple. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and left in the opposite direction. What he feared the most was that the Death Emperor and the Underworld Emperor would reveal everything about him. He just didn't know when that immortal destiny sect disciple would return. A year was nothing to a 1,000-year-old monster like him. Yi Xian was afraid that the immortal destiny sect disciple would only return after a month or two. Fortunately, Yi Xian had left a death warrant on Ren Xiong and Daoist Ling Xiao. As for the other three, they were on the Death Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and Butsang. That Butsang is quite capable. He actually managed to escape. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh when he sensed that the target of the death warrant was getting farther and farther away. As for the others, they were probably caught and thrown into the airship and left at an extremely fast speed. That airship is really too tough. Even if all of us attack together, it would be difficult to break a hole in it, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Wayward suddenly asked in the planted space, Yi Xian, what happened? After entering the small celestial realm, we encountered a group of bandits. Your father, grandfather, and the others were caught and became bandits. Yi Xian said helplessly. Damn, so unlucky. Wayward couldn't help but curse. Then what should we do? I'll follow and take a look, Yi Xian said. However, that airship was probably 10 times faster than him. It wouldn't be that easy to follow.